Little bastards, you want to scheme against me. Just wait until we get home. I'll make sure flowers bloom on your butts, snorted the old man. Bao Buping and Chang Hao's sinister appearances had drawn the old man's attention, and having eavesdropped, he had heard everything that they said. He would make sure they learned what an old man's fury was all about. Through this mess, everyone couldn't help laughing. The heaven-splitting battle sect was truly a marvel of the cultivation world. Long Chen, congratulations on making your name shake the continent. In the future, I doubt there will be many people who dare to go against you. At this time, Hu Feng came up. Thank you, but I sense that while I'll have fewer battles to fight, their scale will be much greater. I wonder if Brother Hu wants to join my Dragon Blood Legion. If everyone was together, wouldn't that be livelier? Long Chen smiled. Even Long Chen felt a sense of danger from Hu Feng, who had an indescribable air around him. Long Chen couldn't see through him. Evil Moon had once more told him that in this world, the only two people that it couldn't see the golden fate lines of were Long Chen and Hu Feng. Long Chen's golden fate lines simply didn't exist, so Evil Moon always said that he was a marvel that shouldn't exist in this world. As for Hu Feng's golden fate lines, they would appear and then fade away, sometimes being strong and sometimes being weak. There was no way for it to get a clear reading on them. Hence, it couldn't estimate his true power. Hu Feng courteously said, "Brother Long, I was just a scholar who had a coincidental encounter that turned me into the heir of the gambling heavenly Tao. In truth, I have no aspirations. I just wish to cultivate peacefully and continue passing on the inheritance of the gambling heavenly Tao to future generations. As for dominating the martial heaven continent, I don't have such ambitions." Brother Hu, these words of yours are off. As the chosen heir to the gambling heavenly Tao, you have your own important destiny. The rise and fall of the heavenly Taos is not something people can avoid. A scholar exists to talk reason with others, but cultivation exists to smack reason into unreasonable people. Brother Hu, if you really wished to be free, you would have become an unfettered scholar immersed in literature. You wouldn't pay any attention to outside matters. However, you chose to cultivate. Isn't that because you were forced to? I am the same. Everyone else is the same. Everyone hopes to live with dignity and get along with everyone else so that we can live in peace. But reality is cruel. The reason I, Long Chen, have to get strong is because I have no other choice. If I wasn't strong, I would have been killed. If you wish to live happily on your own, you will most likely be disappointed very quickly, because troubles will continuously come to find you until you are unable to handle them, said Long Chen confidently. Of course he was confident. Although he couldn't get a reading on Hu Feng's power, his years of experience allowed him to judge Hu Feng's character. Hu Feng might talk in a refined and non-combative way while having a scholar's lonely pride, but he was actually very righteous deep inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved people that he didn't know in the eastern Xuanhuan city, even clashing against true immortal Jioki. Many thanks for your words, but I would rather live free and unconstrained, said Hu Feng a bit apologetically. That's fine. I trust that soon there will come a day when we can fight side by side, said Long Chen, not forcing the matter. Hu Feng bowed slightly to Jianying and the others, and left. Watching Hu Feng leave, Jianying sighed. Whoever can obtain his help would be capable of taking over half the continent. Long Chen, work hard on pulling him in. Pill Valley is doing everything they can to get him on their side. Let him be. Whether he's a friend or foe will be decided by a single thought of his. I'm not afraid of any enemy, said Long Chen. Exactly. You need this kind of heroism. Who cares about the gambling heavenly Tao? If he becomes an enemy, just hack him with your blade. The old man greatly approved of this attitude. HMPH, what is an obstinate old man who only knows how to run headfirst into a problem jumping into this conversation for? Snorted Jianying. Clearly, Jianying was still deeply hurt by the old man's anger toward her over their misunderstanding. Seeing him acting like he had completely forgotten about it, her anger flared. Aya! Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Before he could say anything, the old man roared. You're the one who expelled Long Chen for the Martial Heaven Alliance. You might have done it because of your worries for the people on the continent, but what about Long Chen and his Dragon Blood Legion? They're still children, but you treat them like this. Aren't you worried about affecting their sharpness and their Tao hearts? Don't act like your big picture is what matters most all the time. All I know is that I won't let my children suffer like that. Everyone sees what Long Chen has done for the Martial Heaven Alliance, yet this is how you treat him. If Long Chen wasn't so hardworking, this decision of yours would have thrown the Martial Heaven Alliance into a chaos that it would never be able to recover from, yet you wish to scold me. I'm not talking to you any longer. "We're leaving." The old man swung his sleeve and left gloomily. Boss Bao and the others could only dejectedly follow. Bao Buping and Chang Hao made a gesture to Long Chen, indicating that when he had time, he could come to the heaven-splitting battle sect to drink. Long Chen helplessly looked from Jianing to the old man, not knowing what to say. The old man had an unyielding character, but he was also very protective. If someone dared to bully his child, he would go all out against them. Today had been a good day, and this rare chance for the two of them to get along had ended in shouting. Even when Long Chen had called Jianing's senior apprentice sister, as a joke, the old man had called himself uncle-in-law. The meaning behind that was clear. He was willing to let things go, which was extremely rare for the obstinate old man. However, Jianing had once more brought up that subject, reigniting the flames of his anger. Even Long Chen was angry now. Why couldn't the two of them talk properly? Did they have to hurt each other with such words? Why bother? At this time, the neutral camp's people also began to say goodbye. Jianing had to suppress her emotions and bid them farewell. Qi Fengsu and Qi Xuan also came over to say goodbye to Long Chen. Qi Xuan held on to Long Chen for a long time, not wanting to leave. She wanted to drag Long Chen back to the heaven-reaching ancient castle as a guest. In the end, it was Qi Fengsu who dragged her away. Tang Wan'er glared at Long Chen. She didn't say anything, but the meaning behind that glare was clear to anyone who saw it. She would be looking for a complete explanation once everyone was gone. Long Chen was speechless. He had been thinking of how to resolve the old man's squabbles with Jianing when troubles appeared on his own side as well. He also saw that Liu Ruyan was currently whispering something into Tang Wan'er's ear. Based on her expression, it definitely wasn't anything good. She was probably intentionally sowing dissension. Once the neutral camp's people began to scatter, Long Chen noticed that a certain person never appeared. Zai Yan had left without anyone noticing. He had wanted to say thanks to her. If it hadn't been for her taking action in the yin-yang world when they were being chased down by the blood race, they would have been in trouble. But Zai Yan had left just like this. For some reason, Long Chen felt a bit empty inside. With everyone else gone, Jianing led everyone to the Martial Heaven Alliance's headquarters. Countless experts came out to congratulate them. The majority of those people had just been sitting on the sidelines the entire time. Now, they revealed their hypocritical smiles once more, and subtly indicated that they would stand on the side of the Martial Heaven Alliance in the future. Even some sects that had betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance had sent a few people to test the waters. As a result, whether it was those righteous experts that had just watched without doing anything or those that had betrayed them, they were all shooed away. Originally, many people within the Martial Heaven Alliance had been thinking of accepting them. Even if they couldn't be used for anything important, it was good just to not have them stand on the side of Pill Valley. If they were forced, they would become enemies. However, Long Chen had firmly opposed that action. The Martial Heaven Alliance had gone through a tough tribulation to remove this trash from their midst. What was left behind was something stronger. If they were to accept them back amongst them, all their pain and suffering would have been in vain. Who would poison themselves again after cutting off the part of them that was poisoned? He told those people to scram. If they couldn't stand together with the Martial Heaven Alliance, then they wouldn't be protected by the Martial Heaven Alliance. Long Chen's decision was very domineering, but it was fully supported by Jianing. After shooing those people off, the Martial Heaven Alliance celebrated for 3 days. When Jianing and the others asked why Long Chen had risked everything to kill Jai Wuming, his response was that Jai Wuming was the weakest in terms of combat power amongst the leaders of the major factions, but he posed the greatest danger. Without Heavenly Fate Island to consider, he had no misgivings. Jai Wuming was capable of doing anything now. If he couldn't kill Long Chen, he would do anything he could to bring Long Chen pain. He might even charge into the Eastern Wasteland and destroy the Branch Sects and the Phoenix Cry Empire. He might even charge into the Grand Xia ancient nation. Once a person was crazy, that was when they were the most dangerous. As for Yu Xuanhuan, Zai Wenchen, Dai Long, and the others, they had their own businesses and families to take care of. They didn't dare to act like that, but Jai Wuming did. That was the reason Yu Xuanhuan had wanted to save Jai Wuming at that time. Regretfully, he didn't succeed. Only then did Jianing, Evil Moon, and the others understand why Long Chen had gone to such trouble. For 3 days, Long Chen mostly had a bowl of wine in his hand. He drank and drank, celebrating with the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The elders kept watching, letting the disciples properly relax. They were the hope of the continent. After 3 days, Long Chen looked at a person sitting by himself looking into the distance. Long Chen smiled faintly and pushed his gourd of wine toward him. Mo Nian, drink some more. A hand caught the gourd. Mo Nian was startled. How did you recognize me? I used the Dark Knight race's stealth art. Mo Nian had gained a new technique recently while tomb robbing. It was the technique he was currently most proud of, and his efficiency in tomb robbing had increased immensely from it. He had been hoping to scare Long Chen with this move, but Long Chen noticed him as soon as he was a few hundred meters away. Long Chen smiled faintly. He had noticed Mo Nian because he had been adjusting his 108,000 stars, seeing if he could connect them to heaven and earth. That's because your wretched heir disturbed me. Seeing his expression, Mo Nian immediately understood Long Chen was being sarcastic. Drinking a mouthful of wine, he spat out, "Wretch. Are you shouting your own name?" Long Chen shook his head. "Fuck, you're such a conner," Mo Nian laughed. "Long Chen, let me tell you about a certain something. Don't get mad, though." "Why would I get mad?" This blessing came very quickly, so quickly that I'm unprepared. How do I say this?" Mo Nian suddenly became bashful. "Damn, based on your wretched appearance, I'd say that you've brought calamity onto some family's younger daughter." "What nonsense! Am I, Mo Nian, that kind of person? Fine, I'll tell you the truth, but first tell me that you won't get angry." "Tell me first," said Long Chen impatiently. "All right, that matter between myself and Yi Lingshan, I might be about to pull it off, so don't get angry." "Really, I don't believe it." I know you have some interest in her, but my attraction is simply greater than yours. But don't blame me for not being a good brother. After all, that flower had no owner, and we have to use our own abilities." Wait, first let me say this. I have no romantic feelings for Yi Lingshan. Heaven and earth can testify to that with the sun and moon bearing witness. I also understand Yi Lingshan's character, and she is absolutely loyal to the Martial Heaven Alliance. She will not marry out to anyone. She has already married the Martial Heaven Alliance. Your only option would be to marry into her family, but considering your old man's temper, if you dare to consider it, he'll sever your 5 limbs. Last, and this is the aspect that I find most inconceivable, are you telling me that she is actually attracted to you? I always thought that she liked the kind of person who's steady and mature. As for you, I'm not trying to give you a blow, but I really don't believe it." Long Chen looked up and down Mo Nian, and then shook his head. He really couldn't believe it. Based on his rich experience, this boasting of Mo Nian's was very likely false. You're viewing me from the angle of a man, so how could you tell how attractive I am? Don't think that you're so attractive just because you have so many beauties. Let me tell you, each woman's eyesight is different. Yi Lingshan likes my type, so what can you do about it?" Mo Nian laughed. "Just look at this. You don't want to accept it. Well, too bad." Mo Nian took out a rolled-up little scroll. There was even some fragrance coming from it. It seemed there was something written on it. "Do you see? This is the love letter that Yi Lingshan personally wrote to me. That smiling appearance of hers when she gave it to me, I will never be able to forget it in this lifetime," declared Mo Nian, taking a deep breath of the scroll's fragrance. That appearance gave Long Chen chills. He even got goosebumps. However, he was truly startled to find that this fragrance was truly the same as Yi Lingshan's. What was going on? Had Yi Lingshan gotten water in her head? "Open it and look. Let me see just how amazing my brother Mo Nian's divine pickup abilities are." Long Chen wanted to see what Yi Lingshan had written. "Am I a badass?" "Definitely a badass." "Am I handsome?" "All right." What is all right supposed to mean? If your face was skinnier, it'd be better. You're saying I'm not handsome. Fine, I'm not letting you see what's written inside. Hey, don't pull it, you'll tear it. Fine, I'll let you see. Mo Nian jumped, and only when he saw that Long Chen wasn't going to pull it did he slowly unfurl a corner of it. Even his hands were trembling. "Why are you so nervous?" asked Long Chen. "How can I not be nervous? Who knows what's written inside?" "What? You didn't even read it before bragging to me. You made it sound like you were about to get married tomorrow, you wretch," raged Long Chen. "Isn't it because I view you as a real brother and wanted you to be here when I read it?" Mo Nian tactfully pivoted. "Give it up. As I see it, you didn't have the courage to even read it," guessed Long Chen. "Are you even my brother? Be nicer. Fine, let's see what's inside. Hopefully the heavens will bless me with a beautiful woman." Mo Nian prayed before slowly unfurling it. A character quickly appeared, as not good. What if it says as if she would like me? Mo Nian's heart shuddered. "Keep going," pressed Long Chen. "If The second word was if. Mo Nian was about to think about what it could mean when Long Chen grabbed at the scroll. Mo Nian hastily protected it. Don't rush me. Mo Nian slowly opened the rest of the scroll. Seeing the next few words, Mo Nian laughed delightedly. As long as you're well, it's like spring. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, do you see? The meaning is all too clear, ha ha ha. Mo Nian was so emotional that his whole body shook as he looked. Long Chen looked at the rest of the scroll. He had an urge to say something, but he didn't. He Long Chen, do you submit? Do you see? This is my attraction. Just because you couldn't achieve it doesn't mean that I can't. Why are you looking at me like that? Mo Nian finally sensed something off. Long Chen pointed at the scroll. Keep reading, there should be more. Mo Nian looked and realized that he hadn't reached the end. Continuing to open it, another word entered his gaze. Thunder. Mo Nian was dumbfounded. As long as you're well, it's like spring thunder. Isn't this a letter of hate? Seeing Mo Nian staring at him directly, Long Chen hastily shook his head. Don't look at me. To use your words, the meaning is all too clear. You have failed. Mo Nian wilted, looking like he wanted to cry. He howled in grief. I spent so much effort on her, though. I kept fighting despite continual setbacks. That kind of toughness should have allowed me to succeed based on probability. Could such a thing be measured by probability like that? Long Chen was forced to pat Mo Nian on the shoulder. If failure is the mother of success, then you might be infertile. Your comfort makes me want to die, wept Mo Nian. Brother, there's a good place of Feng Shui 3,000 miles northeast of the city. Face the south and look at the 3 bowls of water before you. The azure dragon is to the left, the white tiger is to the right. It's a beautiful place to be laid to rest. That's all I can help you with, sighed Long Chen mournfully. Wretch, raged Mo Nian. Are you shouting your own name? Long Chen looked at him disdainfully. I'm not talking about this with you any longer. Mo Nian began to walk away, but was grabbed by Long Chen. Stop the act. I know you don't have the slightest sincerity in pursuing Yi Lingshan. Even I could see it, so do you think she didn't notice? You only did it to act badass and have fun. And don't act pitiful now. Tell me what your plans are for the future, said Long Chen. Mo Nian had always liked to be free. He definitely didn't want to be restricted, and so there was no way he could end up with Yi Lingshan. He had purely been joking by pursuing Yi Lingshan, and Yi Lingshan didn't mind playing a joke back on him. Things between them could end here. What could I possibly do? You're already so powerful. I have to hurry up and restore the 5-element sun hunting bow, or I won't be able to fully awaken my manifestation. I don't want you to get too far ahead of me. I'm also missing my family. I want to go back, and it just so happens I can bring a heavenly Dao fruit back to her. I suddenly find that she is the only one who treats me best in this world. Although she's fierce, I'm always in her heart, sighed Mo Nian. The her he was speaking of was naturally his fiancée, Liu Zongying. Long Chen, do you think that women with the Ying character in their name are vixens? Asked Mo Nian suddenly. Are you looking to die? Long Chen jumped in shock, hastily looking around. Only upon seeing that there was no reaction did he quietly curse. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. This is the Martial Heaven Alliance. Ah, my mistake. I'll pay attention next time. Mo Nian also jumped upon realizing what he had said. If Jianing had heard this, the two of them would definitely be beaten. That's called being unyielding and domineering. Such people are definitely perfect as friends. They'll accompany you through life and death, fighting alongside you. But as companions, well, it's all right. Long Chen could only comfort him this way. Thinking of the squabbles that erupted every time the old man interacted with Jianing, he could only sigh sorrowfully. Fine, perhaps this is just my fate. I accept it. I'm going now. Let's meet again. Mo Nian rose. Yes, let's meet again, Western wretch. Long Chen also rose. Wretch, are you shouting your own name? Once Mo Nian left, a disciple came to Long Chen to report that Jianing was looking for him. That shocked him. She couldn't possibly have overheard it, right? Long Chen swore that if Mo Nian had conned him again, he wouldn't let him off even in death. What are you so nervous about? Jianing looked at Long Chen oddly. Hearing that, Long Chen immediately relaxed. It seemed that he had overthought it. Ah, I was just nervous that you would beat me because of the old man's matter, said Long Chen. HMPH, that old bastard, I've known him for the better part of my lifetime. If I got angry at everything he did, I'd have long since died from rage. I can't be bothered with him, snorted Jianing. Inside, Long Chen thought to himself that while it was true that the old man's temper was fierce, Jianing wasn't any better. They always had to have thorns in their words. Even if one of them had a good temper, they still wouldn't be able to get along over time. The two of them always blamed the other for their problems while never reflecting on themselves. For a person to look at themselves clearly was truly difficult. "Alliance head, did you need me?" asked Long Chen. "Yes, we have several things to discuss." Jianying nodded. "Why would you need to discuss things with me? You're the Alliance head and I'm just a little disciple." Long Chen smiled. Jianying shook her head. "Your tribulation and battle have shaken the continent. You slew your fellow peak geniuses, destroyed Heavenly Fate Island whose inheritance stretches back countless years, and even killed 2 island masters. You don't even realize this, but your influence might be even greater than mine. In just 10 years, the entire Martial Heaven continent might belong to you. So don't act so bored all the time like Mo Nyan. You should bring out your charisma." Long Chen hastily waved his hand, already knowing her goal. "That's enough, Alliance head. I don't have such aspirations. If I wasn't forced to, I wouldn't have stood out like I did. So don't try to use the name of all lives or the people to talk me around. The reason I am brothers with Mo Nyan is because the two of us are both little rogues happy with just the basics. We're also very lazy and can't accept such immense responsibility. There's no way for me to compare to Yi Lingshan in that regard, nor do I wish to sacrifice so much. I see how you care for me because of the old man, and you see the trust I have in you. As we're so close, there's no need to mince words. I Long Chen am not that kind of person, so you shouldn't waste the effort to make me into that." Seeing Long Chen shake his head like a rattle even before she was done speaking, Jianying couldn't help sighing. After hesitating for a long time, she had discussed it with the higher-ups of the Martial Heaven Alliance to consider making Long Chen the leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance. His rallying power was simply much greater than Yi Lingshan's. The leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance didn't necessarily need to be incredibly powerful, but they did need great charisma and rallying power, the ability to make others follow them into death. Long Chen was perfect for that, and when she had suggested it, the majority of people had supported this choice. But the 4 Grand Elders had immediately shaken their heads. Yan Nanshan had told Jianying to give up on that, saying that Long Chen would not accept being the Alliance head. He was a wild horse that no one could subdue. He pursued freedom, something he would never have as the Alliance head. As expected, even the position of leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance was unable to move Long Chen. "Are you really not going to consider it?" asked Jianying. "I'm not jumping into that hole. I never wanted to be some savior of the world. I just want to live in peace with my wives. Fishing, hunting, having a group of babies, wouldn't that be a much better life?" "But you have a relationship with Sovereign Yun Shang. The sovereigns were always the protective gods of the Martial Heaven continent. On their own, they pulled against the tide of destruction, saving the continent from a crisis. This is your responsibility." "When I encountered Sovereign Yun Shang, he never said anything about that. I feel like it's fine for me to be like this." You actually saw Sovereign Yun Shang." The sovereigns were the strongest and most mysterious existences in this world. They had left behind countless legends but had then vanished without a trace. Some people said that they had died, while some said that they were hiding. There were countless guesses. However, anyone who could obtain anything that a sovereign had left behind would be viewed as someone who would have amazing accomplishments in the future. Long Chen had actually even seen Sovereign Yun Shang. In her shock, Jianying completely forgot about her previous matter. "Yes, I suppose. We chatted a bit and played chess. Then he gave me Evil Moon. He told me to eat and drink properly and maintain a strong body. He didn't mention anything else," said Long Chen. "Nonsense," cursed Jianying. She refused to believe that. Actually, the first part was true, but Jianying assumed that Long Chen was hiding some kind of secret. After all, this matter was related to the sovereigns and couldn't be randomly talked about. It wasn't convenient for her to pursue this topic. "Long Chen, I called you over to discuss things that are happening outside. Due to us refusing those opportunists and traitors, the majority of them have gone to Pill Valley's side," said Jianying gravely. Xuanhuan has once more made a move. Long Chen was surprised by this. Those people shouldn't be so reckless as to join Pill Valley that easily. Being refused by the Martial Heaven Alliance should have made them even more cautious. Jianying nodded, sighing. "When it comes to intelligence, I can't compare to you, Xuanhuan. Perhaps you're the only one who can match him." "Our sect leader is definitely not inferior to him in that regard," said Long Chen quickly, ending that change of topic right there. The sect leader he referred to was Li Tangxuan. When it came to intelligence, the only one Long Chen admired was Li Tangxuan. Xuanhuan might be difficult to deal with, but that was only because of his position. If Li Tangxuan was standing in an equal position, Xuanhuan wouldn't necessarily be Li Tianxuan's match. With Li Tianxuan in the Martial Heaven Alliance, there was nothing for Long Chen to worry about, so he quickly stopped journeying. Jining glared at Long Chen for a moment, feeling like he was a wily old fox who couldn't be conned. 3 days after we refused those people, Pill Valley sent out word that any disciples of sects allied with Pill Valley could enter Pill Valley's Brahma secret realm for tempering, said Jining. The Brahma secret realm? What damn thing is that? Long Chen was startled. Did Pill Valley only possess the Heaven Dragon Flame region? Where did a Brahma secret realm come from? The Brahma secret realm is one of Pill Valley's secrets. It's said that it is a legacy that their god Lord Brahma left behind before becoming a god. As for whether that's true or not, there's no way for us to know. There are countless precious medicines and beasts within it, and it is a sacred land to Pill Valley. Pill Valley was only willing to reveal this secret to steady their sides' hearts after they took such immense losses in the previous battle. One aspect is compensation to them, while another reason is to draw over people from the neutral side. As long as the neutral camp's people swear to never stand beside the Martial Heaven Alliance, they will also be allowed to enter the Brahma secret realm. Xuanhuan seemed to have countless moves up his sleeve. The Martial Heaven Alliance had only just won a victory when he made his next move, instantly stabilizing his side and even drawing in more of the neutral camp's people. Is the Brahma secret realm really related to Lord Brahma? Is Pill Valley really willing to share their god's inheritance with other people? Long Chen frowned, thinking that this wasn't usual for Xuanhuan. What about the sect leader? What does he say? Li Tianxuan said that this move is very strange and that he can't see through it. However, this might be Xuanhuan's only way to steady the hearts of the large factions on his side, said Jining. Lord Brahma's inheritance. Long Chen had an urge to go. He still didn't know much about the Pill Sovereign's memories. However, the intense disgust he had for Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite came from deep within his soul, and so they should be related to the Pill Sovereign's memories. The Pill Sovereign's memories had a close link to the 9-star Hegemon body art as well, but he knew little about either. If he wanted to figure it out, he had to go to the Brahma secret realm. Has the Brahma secret realm already been opened? Asked Long Chen. Not yet. They have announced that it will open in 1 month because they are still waiting for the Pill Fairy, their god's chosen, to fully awaken. They need her power to open the Brahma secret realm, said Jining. Her? Long Chen's heart pounded hard. The warm smile of the Pill Fairy appeared in his mind. It made him think of past events. He couldn't help sighing. Why did she have to be Xuanhuan's daughter, with Xuanhuan being his mortal enemy? They would definitely have a battle to the death one day. It really was a case of fate toying with people. Apparently, the Pill Fairy has already reached the last step of her inheritance. Once she succeeds, she will become Pill Valley's divine daughter and will be blessed by the god's power. At that time, no one will be able to match her within the same realm. Perhaps this is one of the reasons that Xuanhuan retreated. You are currently unrivaled in the same realm, but his daughter might be able to kill you. In fact, your current fame might even have been boosted intentionally by him, so that when his daughter kills you, Pill Valley will rise far above anyone else, said Jining. Xuanhuan's scheming was extremely frightening. She warned him, you must be careful of the Pill Fairy. Once she becomes the divine daughter, her entire character will change. The will of the god will influence her mind. Don't think that your past relations with her will make it so that she won't kill you. I understand. Long Chen nodded. He had heard a bit about this god inheritance. The so-called divine sons and divine daughters were servants of their gods. They were only loyal to their god. Sometimes some things couldn't be avoided no matter what. Long Chen was already used to it. The future would come no matter what. The news of the Brahma secret realm rapidly spread thanks to Pill Valley's efforts. Practically everyone knew of it, and countless experts began to look forward to its opening. Originally, Long Chen's tribulation and the ensuing battle that had resulted in the deaths of Jai Wuming and countless heavenly geniuses had greatly set back Pill Valley's alliance. Their morale received a heavy blow. Xuanhuan had even been told to scram by Long Chen, and he had listened. Just as everyone thought that the Martial Heaven Alliance's rise was set in stone, while Pill Valley and the others would be unable to do anything to them, the news of the Brahma secret realm caused the wind to change. The title of a divine daughter shook people's hearts. It was no wonder there hadn't been any news of the Pill Fairy for so long, so she was receiving a god's inheritance. The Pill Fairy had originally been a peak heavenly genius blessed by the heavenly Taos. If she had god power supporting her as well, using that god power to control the Brahma divine diagram and the Danite furnace, just who would be able to fight her? People guessed that the reason Xuanhuan had left under Long Chen's threats was because he was leaving Long Chen to the Pill Fairy. Regardless of the reason, the continent finally started to grow lively again. Pill Valley and the others no longer dared to cause trouble with the excuse of looking for Long Chen. Even if Long Chen were to walk down the street, no one would dare to touch him. As for the so-called arrest warrants that had been put out for him, those became an absolute joke. The Clearwind City returned to its original state. Countless people were walking along the streets, and small businesses opened their doors once more. Things were no longer so tense. Long Chen was strolling through the streets with Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Cloud, and Liu Ruyan. They were looking through the marketplace. Other than Liu Ruyan, who was as icy as ever, the others were very excited. Cloud was especially excited, amazed by everything new to her. She held Tang Wan'er's hand, asking questions left and right. Meng Qi and Chu Yao were holding Long Chen's arms, smiling. It seemed that they had forgotten the feeling of strolling through the streets ever since they had stepped into the cultivation world. Long Chen felt ashamed at this. By following him, they had spent all their time in cultivation and fighting. They had given him their best years, and now just a simple stroll was enough to satisfy them. As a man, this made him feel vexed. "As long as you're by our side, it's a blessing. As long as you're well, it's like spring," said Meng Qi softly, seeming to read his thoughts. Good, there was no thunder at the end. Long Chen couldn't help chortling. "What thunder?" asked Meng Qi. When Long Chen told them what had happened to Mo Nian, they laughed. Tang Wan'er had to support herself or she would fall down laughing. Let's keep this matter to ourselves. If everyone learns of it, especially Xuanhuan, Mo Nian will definitely bite me the next time we meet, said Long Chen. Family shame shouldn't be spread. Just having the family know of it was enough. Long Chen looked at Mo Nian. He knows how to write love letters to people. Why haven't you made any moves in that regard? You're even inferior to Mo Nian, teased Tang Wan'er. Love letters are so low grade, only used to trick children. I wouldn't bother with writing down my love for you. I'd rather show it to you in person. Long Chen glanced at Tang Wan'er's curves. That gaze of his immediately made Tang Wan'er redden. She wanted to run, but if she avoided it, it would be saying that this was a weak point. She stood up straight and righteously said, "Pervert." Meng Qi and Chu Yao also blushed. Cloud didn't understand, while Liu Ruyan acted like she hadn't heard anything. Chu Yao, Meng Qi, and Tang Wan'er had long since given their hearts to Long Chen. However, due to various reasons, they hadn't taken the final step. They had sworn to wait until Yi Zhikyu was with them once more. However, it seemed that reality had changed faster than that. More women had popped up by Long Chen's side, so now they didn't even know what to do. It wasn't as if this was an easy topic to discuss. There was still some time before Yi Zhikyu finished receiving the Divine Ice Palace's inheritance. However, once she was back, things would become awkward. "Hey, don't be so dirty-minded. I was just saying that after we finish strolling through the streets today, we can go see my parents and little sister," said Long Chen. Long Chen. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er immediately became nervous, especially Meng Qi. "Don't worry, my parents are very nice. They won't make things hard on you," guaranteed Long Chen. Despite his comforting words, the three of them couldn't help being nervous. They weren't even in the mood to keep strolling. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from around the corner. "Guest, you are looking at my shop's supreme treasure, a true and authentic lightning dragon whip. Legend is that it was created by a lightning dragon's bones. The price is 2,185,000 spirit crystals, but it just so happens that this is the 500th anniversary of my shop, so if you want it, I can deduct 5,000 spirit crystals." Lightning Dragon Whip. Long Chen and the others were startled. The so-called lightning dragon was not a true dragon. It was actually a kind of snow lizard that lived in lands of bitter cold. Its spine was very tough and possessed powerful cold energy. When it was fully matured, it was a 10th-rank magical beast. Its spine could not only be refined into a weapon, but it could also be used as a precious medicinal ingredient. Long Chen looked over, only to see one man in a store recommending a whip to another person. When he saw the whip, he couldn't help shaking his head. How was that a lightning dragon whip? It was clearly an ordinary lizard spine that had been embedded with ice crystals. However, when he saw the person being conned, Long Chen laughed. It was actually Xuanhuan. "Xuanhuan wouldn't fall for this, right? It's clearly fake," whispered Meng Qi. As a beast tamer, she was clearer on that than anyone else. I doubt it, otherwise Xuanhuan would be too stupid, muttered Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had originally been strolling the streets with an unpleasant expression, then someone had suddenly come to sell him something. He took a look at the whip. 2,185,000 spirit crystals reduced by 5,000 spirit crystals. Do I look like someone lacking those 5,000 spirit crystals? Said Xuanhuan disdainfully. Hearing that, the seller was delighted. Ah, this little one misjudged you. It seems you're definitely. I'm lacking 2,180,000. After saying that, Xuanhuan lowered his head and continued walking. He had also seen that it was a fake item. That seller was dumbfounded, while Meng Qi and the others laughed. Boss. It was only now that Xuanhuan noticed Long Chen and the others. He walked over. Long Chen and the others had changed their appearances to avoid causing a ruckus, but those familiar with him could recognize him based on his aura. What's going on? Were you beaten? You don't look good, questioned Long Chen. Xuanhuan's appearance was very strange. I've been very unlucky these past 2 days. The day before yesterday, I ended up falling asleep and having a nightmare. I dreamt a bunch of people beat me, startling me awake. When I realized it was a dream, I went back to sleep, only to dream of those people again. They shouted at me, "You dare to come back." And then I woke up again, sighed Xuanhuan. Meng Qi and the others laughed once more. Long Chen wasn't too surprised. The Dragon Blood warriors were all under immense pressure, and normally when they cultivated, there was no way for them to sleep. Only by drinking until they were drunk could they relax enough to dream. Although Xuanhuan was already very powerful, his inner heart was still weak and cowardly, which was why he had such a dream. That's not all. I also ran into something vexing just now, said Xuanhuan. But you didn't fall for the con, asked Xuanhuan. Not that, something before that. There's a building, the spirit cleansing medicinal pools. They claim their baths can completely relax someone, so I went in, said Xuanhuan. What, was the pool not clean? Asked Xuanhuan. No, actually, let's not talk about it, sighed Xuanhuan. Hurry up and tell us. It's annoying when people only say things halfway, raged Xuanhuan. It's embarrassing. When I went in and asked the price, they said that the man's bath costs 100 spirit crystals, while the woman's bath costs 10,000 spirit crystals. I said that it was a robbery, but the host asked me whether I wanted to go to the man's bath or the woman's bath. After hesitating, since I've never been to a woman's bath before, I went in to take a look, only to see a pool full of men. They cursed me, cursing me for being another man and making them even more crowded. I was actually conned. Xuanhuan covered his face pitifully. Now even Long Chen laughed. Fool, you even jumped into such a hole. How can I be at ease with you leading the Dragon Blood Legion? It's not me being a fool, it's that they're too crafty. Tell me, what happened to people's integrity and sincerity? Clearwind City is a con, cried Xuanhuan. You deserve it. Who asked you to be a pervert? Good thing you disguised yourself first, or it'd be embarrassing if others recognized you, said Xuanhuan without the slightest sympathy. For men, this is normal. Just don't fall for it next time. Long Chen magnanimously patted Xuanhuan on the shoulder in a consoling manner. I'm planning on leaving for a few days. Be careful and supervise everyone's cultivation. Don't let this victory get to people's heads. Our enemies retreated, but it's not a true retreat. They have only taken a single step back to accumulate energy for the next strike. Once everyone's had a chance to relax, make them focus again. Don't let them get drunk on other people's worship, said Long Chen seriously. Although the Dragon Blood warriors were already incredibly strong, they were still young. Being surrounded by the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance and their worship, there was danger of them growing overconfident. If that happened, it wouldn't be long before the Dragon Blood Legion fractured. So Xuanhuan, Gu Yang, and the others had to occasionally give them a blow so they continued to work hard. After giving instructions to Xuanhuan, Long Chen led the women onto a transportation formation. They went straight for the Grand Xia ancient nation. The capital of the Grand Xia was flourishing more than ever. Of the 4 ancient nations of the Grand Xia, Grand Chu, Grand Zhou, and Grand Han, only 3 remained. The Grand Han ancient nation had been destroyed because of Long Chen. Standing in the capital of the Grand Xia, Long Chen felt various emotions. Back then, he had been given the title of the National Protector, Great General Long Chen. However, it seemed that he had left before even having a chance to pick up his salary. Past scenes appeared in his mind. The building over there had once been the Bloodco Hall's stronghold. He had fought with Xia Luo against the experts of the Bloodco Hall there. Hey, uncle, where is the Guanji Hall? A man that was passing by paused to ask Long Chen a question. Go forward and turn left on the 11th road. Past 3 bridges there will be a mountain. Go around it and you'll arrive. Long Chen pointed. That man nodded and went away according to his directions. Big brother, hello. May I ask if you know how to get to the Guanji Hall? A woman now came up to Long Chen. Turn around. That building behind you is it, said Long Chen. Thank you, big brother. The woman thanked him and turned around. Long Chen, you're so evil. Meng Qi and the others, who were behind Long Chen, laughed. That pitiful fellow was definitely going to get lost thanks to Long Chen's directions. HMPH, calling me uncle is one thing, but he wasn't even polite. This'll teach him a lesson, laughed Long Chen. Long Chen didn't want to startle anyone by his arrival at the Grand Zia. He went directly to the Wine God Palace, and only there did he and Meng Qi reveal their true appearances. A disciple from the Wine God Palace naturally came to greet them. Meng Qi and the others were a bit nervous at being in such a place. More disciples of the Wine God Palace began to appear, greeting them. They all felt great reverence for Long Chen, not because of his cultivation base or position, but because his knowledge in medicinal wines had greatly benefited them. As they crossed the mountainous path, they arrived at a small manor. There was a woman reading off a scroll, and in front of her was a girl solemnly listening and following along. Seeing that girl, Long Chen smiled warmly. That was his little sister, Long Xiaoyu. She had grown up quite a bit since their last parting. She took more after their mother. She was very obedient and seemed like a well-educated daughter of a noble family, but there was a hint of naughtiness within her as well. Although she was solemnly reciting something, she was secretly playing with something in her hands at the same time. Long Chen couldn't help thinking how he had been quite a bad child as well when he was young, making his teachers fume and causing his mother to scold him. As for the woman teaching Xiaoyu, Long Chen recognized her. She was a life-star expert of the Wine God Palace, and she had helped him when he had been leaving the city. How could Xiaoyu's secretive actions really escape her observation? She just didn't expose her. Xiaoyu, within this verse, what does it mean when it says the heart must have no agitation, that you must be like a mountain and sea, that even heaven and earth cannot destroy you? Asked the woman. I know. It's saying that we have to concentrate all our focus and energy, like a tall mountain that cannot fall, like a great sea that never dries up. Even the power of heaven and earth cannot destroy us. It's an expression of fighting against fate, said Xiaoyu very obediently. The woman nodded. The movement of the heavenly Tao's has set a fate for every being, but fate can be changed. If you want to obtain more, you have to go against your fate. Although you might not succeed if you don't try, you definitely won't succeed. Xiaoyu, tell me, what do you think about this? I want to be a strong person like my big brother, said Long Xiaoyu. What? Because my brother is my mom and dad's pride, and the pride of our Phoenix Cry Empire. I want to be someone my parents can be proud of as well. The little girl raised her fist, looking exceptionally adorable. The people Long Xiaoyu encountered, other than her parents, were mostly from the Wine God Palace, with a few people from the Grand Zia's Imperial Palace. To not make her feel lonely, the Imperial Palace often sent over a few children the same age as her to play with. Zia Yuncheng, Zia Yuluo, and the others also often came to look after her. That was why what she knew about Long Chen mostly came from other people's mouths. The Grand Zia was a nation within the cultivation world, and its people felt great worship for Long Chen. Many of the stories about him had been turned into legends. Then, considering what stories the children might pass to Long Xiaoyu, she had felt even greater worship for her brother. Do you miss your big brother? I do. Then I'll use a magical art to let you see your big brother. How's that? Really? Here, close your eyes. The woman smiled and covered Long Xiaoyu's eyes, slowly turning her around. You can open your eyes. I'm afraid I won't see him. I don't want to be disappointed. Long Xiaoyu actually didn't dare to open her eyes. However, in the end, her eyes slowly opened. She saw a man in black robes, his eyes bright as the stars, with a smile warmer than the sun. Big brother, Long Xiaoyu, after a moment of stunned shock, suddenly ran over to Long Chen. Haha, Xiaoyu, did you miss me? Long Chen laughed and hugged her. I missed you a lot. Big brother, how did you get here? I don't know either. I was just strolling through the sheets when clouds gathered in the sky and a ray of light enveloped me. Then I appeared here, said Long Chen. Wow, my teacher is so amazing. I want to be able to summon you like that too. Then you have to listen to her and work hard, said Long Chen, pointing to the paper man she was playing with in her hands. Only then did she notice that she had exposed this paper man in her excitement. She blushed, turning around to apologize to her teacher, but her teacher had already left. "Here, Xiaowu, let me introduce you. These are your future sisters-in-law." Long Chen presented Xiaowu to Meng Qi and the others. "Little sister, don't listen to your big brother's nonsense. You can just call us big sister in the future," said Meng Qi, glaring at Long Chen for a moment. "Wow, big sisters, you're all so beautiful," exclaimed Long Xiaowu. Meng Qi and the others laughed. Long Xiaowu was actually quite smart and adorable. Meng Qi and the others were already starting to fall in love with her. After talking a bit more, Long Chen asked about their parents. Long Xiaowu said that their mother was weeding the garden, while their father was making wine. Long Chen was startled. Only later, when he asked some disciples of the Wine God Palace, did he learn that his father had actually taken up the banner of the Wine God Palace and started learning how to make wine. Although he was only a titular disciple, it was still shocking. After all, Long Tianxiu had been a military man, the empire's greatest general that had fought on the front lines. For him to be able to have the calm heart the Wine God Palace required to make wine was quite shocking. They walked through the mountains, arriving at a small little area. There was a field full of vegetables, and Mrs. Long was currently using a hoe to weed. The Wine God Palace did not lack food, but Mrs. Long always felt that it was better to have something to do. These vegetables kept her busy. Seeing Long Chen, she was incredibly emotional. She was about to speak when she saw Meng Qi and the others. "Qi-er, Mom." Meng Qi hastily went up, completely red. She was originally Long Chen's fiancée, so calling her mom was only natural. "Good child, the two of you have ended up together in the end. Ah, quick, let go, I'm dirty." Mrs. Long only noticed how much dust and dirt was on her after hugging Meng Qi. "Mom, don't worry about it." Chu Yao also came up. "You're Princess Chu Yao." Mrs. Long became even more delighted. "Mom, I'm Tang Wan'er, remember." Tang Wan'er also came up, not knowing what to say. "Good, good, good. Good children, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside." Mrs. Long was more excited than anyone. Originally, she had been worried about Long Chen being at such an age and still not having a family. Now, he had brought back so many women, all beautiful fairies. It was too bad that she only had 2 hands and couldn't hold them all. To Long Chen, she said, "Chener, go call your father out of his wine cellar. Drag him out of his wine barrel so we can have a proper family dinner." Mrs. Long was so delighted that she actually shooed off Long Chen, enthusiastically getting to know Meng Qi and the others. Even Long Xiaowu didn't follow Long Chen. She was pulled away by Meng Qi and the others. Helplessly, Long Chen could only ask where the cellar was and go by himself. The cellar was located under a mountain. The temperature, humidity, and density of spiritual qi were all perfect for wine. All the Wine God Palace's disciples had their own wine cellars. When he entered the one belonging to Long Tianxiu, a faint wine fragrance came out. It was faint but very pure. It had only been a few years, but his father was already capable of making such wine. Long Chen was amazed. There was a certain realm within this wine that he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was without tasting it. He quickly saw a figure busy sealing a jug. When Long Chen got closer, that person turned around. Seeing Long Chen, a warm smile appeared on his stalwart face. Father and son smiled at each other. That smile contained all their emotions. Sometimes, the relationships between men were just that simple. "You came at the right time. Come and try out my wine." Long Tianxiu's appearance hadn't changed even after so many years. In fact, due to his lack of stress, he looked even younger. "All right, but you have to hurry back. There are guests, and it seems Mom doesn't like the fact that you're making wine." Long Chen smiled and received a few jugs of wine. "Ah, your mom, she can never stop worrying about anything. I'm used to it. There are guests. Looks like you've had some accomplishments." Long Tianxiu guessed something. "Dad, is this really your wine? It's not bad. Before this, I just drank the wine without realizing that there's such a profound essence within the wine Tao. To tell you the truth, making wine is truly addicting. It's like painting. You express your life's experiences and comprehension within the wine. Tasting it is immersing yourself in the maker's life. That kind of feeling of accomplishment isn't something that outsiders can understand," said Long Tianxuan. "As long as you're happy," Long Chen smiled. He had already caused them to lose their original lifestyles twice due to his rise, so he was happy that they were satisfied with their new lives. Long Tianxiu returned to their home and couldn't help being surprised after seeing Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and the others. He hadn't expected Long Chen to bring home so many. When they all called him Dad, he smiled delightedly. As a result, even after searching for a long time, there wasn't the slightest gift he could give them to welcome them into their family. Mrs. Long was smiling brightly the entire time. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Cloud, and Liu Ruyan were all top beauties. She was delighted by her son's skill. She had Meng Qi and the others rest while she prepared the food. Mrs. Long wasn't a cultivator, and although Long Chen had given her some medicine to keep her in good health, she still needed to eat. When Meng Qi and the others tried to help, she shooed them off, refusing to let them do such mundane work. Long Chen took out a few scarlet blood spirit fish for Long Tianxiao. Before coming to the Wine God Palace, Long Tianxiao had spent quite a few years secluded in the mountains and had roasted quite a few good fish. Preparing the food would take a while, so Long Xiaoyu dragged Meng Qi and the others to play hide and seek. The sound of laughter constantly rang out from that side. Long Chen said that he would come back for dinner and left to go to the rear mountains. This place was the Wine God Palace. After seeing his parents, he had to see the high priest, or it would be rude. Fatty. Passing by Tu Qiancheng's house, he let out a shout upon hearing the snores coming from inside. "Haha, little fellow, you've come," Tu Qiancheng smiled. "I have something I need to do first, but I'll come back to find you in a bit," said Long Chen. "HMPH, I thought you were here for our 300-round match. Don't you feel ashamed of waking people from their dreams for no reason?" demanded Tu Qiancheng, his smile vanishing. He had already taken out the wine jugs. "I was afraid you drank so much that you would pee yourself in bed. That would damage your reputation," laughed Long Chen while walking past Tu Qiancheng's side, making Tu Qiancheng go somewhere between laughter and tears. Long Chen quickly arrived at the high priest's residence. Even without a disciple to report his arrival, the high priest had already come out, waiting for him. "Greetings, high priest. Thank you for your help," Long Chen bowed. Last time the high priest had appeared and stopped the old man's life and death exchange with Xuanhuan. Although he had great confidence in the old man's combat power, Xuanhuan was the master of Pill Valley and had countless trump cards. If something happened to the old man, Long Chen would regret it very much. "It can't count as help. I'm ashamed to speak of it," said the high priest with an amicable smile. He was always like a kindly elder without any of the arrogance that an expert of his level normally possessed. In Long Chen's heart, only such a person was a true expert. "How can you say that? If it wasn't for your intimidation, the martial heaven continent might already be in chaos," said Long Chen. "You're wrong. It wasn't intimidation but simply the truth. Based on various signs, the Dark Era is truly about to descend. Regretfully, the current martial heaven continent's experts are like a plate of loose sand. They can ignore the very continent's safety just for a little temporary profit to themselves. Perhaps this great era will truly be the end," sighed the high priest. "Is it really so serious?" asked Long Chen. "Perhaps it's even more serious than you think. Geniuses are rising like spring bamboo after the rain, indicating that we've entered the great era, a prosperous time for us to grow. As for Pill Valley's Pill Fairy, she is receiving a god's inheritance. Once she succeeds, the continent's chi flow will once more change. It will cause a chain reaction. The arrival of the divine daughters and divine sons will ignite the continent's remaining chi flow. Geniuses and monsters will be born to face the Dark Era. If we can survive the Dark Era, then the continent will have a chance to undergo nirvanic rebirth. If we can't, then it will be destroyed. Isn't it said that in the past Dark Eras, a sovereign will always appear to bring peace to the chaotic world?" Yes, in the past, a sovereign always appeared with the Dark Era. The sovereigns were existences that rose to face this tribulation. Their power dominated those in the same realm. But the sovereigns all started their rise during the Great Eras. Any other so-called geniuses could only sigh that they were born at the wrong time, as the sovereigns suppressed them all. However, during this great era, other than you, there is no shocking and amazing figure amongst the human race. As for you, there is no chance for you to become a sovereign, sighed the high priest. "Why is that?" "First, you like wearing black clothes while the past sovereigns all wore white. White represents redemption, hope, and holiness. So the sovereigns were all existences that every race revered. That is a kind of power that surpasses races. But black represents death, despair, and slaughter, completely contrary to the sovereign's will to save all lives. Let alone subduing all races, you can't even subdue your own human race. The majority of experts in the continent are your enemies, so how are you supposed to lead the continent? Other than that, your spirit bone has been excavated, your spirit blood has been extracted, and your spirit root is gone. There is no way for you to become a sovereign sprout. Perhaps what I'm saying is a bit difficult to hear and accept, but they are facts. So you should prepare yourself, warned the high priest. Prepare for what? Asked Long Chen. If no sovereign appears in this era, then the martial heaven continent's destruction is essentially set in stone. If a sovereign does appear, then you will very likely die because the sovereign suppressed all their enemies. This is fate. No one can contend with a sovereign. Long Chen couldn't help bitterly smiling. It seems that neither of those options is good. That is true. I'm telling you this so you can prepare. If the continent is destroyed and you want to live, you need to be ready. Otherwise, it will be too late, said the high priest. Long Chen understood. The high priest wanted him to prepare a way out. If the continent was destroyed, he had to come up with a way to make sure that he didn't die with it. The martial heaven continent's destruction would mean the deaths of billions of lives. It was an unimaginable calamity. Is the Dark Era really so terrifying? Probed Long Chen. Each time a dark era has descended, it has injured the core of the martial heaven continent, almost destroying it. You can imagine just how terrifying such tribulation is, said the high priest. Many thanks for your warning. I understand, thanked Long Chen. In truth, there was no difference between knowing and not knowing this. Perhaps he could bring a few people with him to the spirit world, but if the martial heaven continent was destroyed, how long would the spirit world be able to last? And most importantly, would he really be able to accept running? Perhaps he might be able to accept it, but could the will of the pill sovereign accept it? If a sovereign did appear, then it would be all right if their temper was good. But if they didn't get along with Long Chen, what would Long Chen do? Wouldn't there be a fight to the death between them? Long Chen's good mood at seeing his parents again ended up vanishing due to the high priest's words. However, learning about this now was better than later. If the continent's hearts could be united against the outsiders, then perhaps there would be some hope. However, that was only a dream. The two of them chatted a bit longer. The high priest gave Long Chen a few jugs of wine that improved his mood. Of course, he didn't accept them for nothing. He immediately handed over 18 of his largest scarlet blood spirit fish, which the high priest happily accepted. After obtaining the wine, Long Chen's heart grew brighter. Perhaps it should simply be described as the followers of the wine god put it: if there's wine today, drink it. If there are worries tomorrow, worry about them tomorrow. Long Chen returned home. As a family, they ate around a table. Mrs. Long and the others were amazed by the taste of the scarlet blood spirit fish. Now it had become Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wanner's turn to move vegetables onto Long Chen's plate, making Mrs. Long laugh. After eating dinner, they prepared for bed, only to be dumbfounded. Mrs. Long had prepared a single big bed for their room. While there was space for the 6 of them, it was going to be awkward. Mrs. Long stealthily whispered in Long Chen's ear, "Whether or not you can give me some grandchildren after sleeping together with these 5 fairies will be up to your abilities." Long Chen immediately understood, but the most embarrassing thing was that his mother had forgotten that these fairies were powerful cultivators who could easily hear her whisper. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wanner instantly turned red and turned away, not daring to look at Long Chen. The room only had one giant bed. Then the question was, how should they sleep? Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wanner had already grown familiar with Long Chen. Although they hadn't gotten to that last step, some vague touching had been achieved. However, there was now also an innocent Cloud and an icy Liu Ruyan. "I'll sleep next to Big Brother Long Chen." Cloud was still like a child and didn't have as many taboos. "Be careful of him eating you," warned Tang Wanner. "I don't believe it. Big Brother Long Chen doesn't eat people. Only Wilda does," said Cloud without understanding what Tang Wanner was indicating. "Wanner?" Meng Qi glared at Tang Wanner. The pure Cloud was being led astray by Tang Wanner. "I'll sleep next to Long Chen." Unexpectedly, Liu Ruyan actually volunteered to be next to Long Chen. As a result, Long Chen slept in the middle, with Cloud, Meng Qi, and Tang Wanner to his left, and Liu Ruyan and Chu Yao to his right. "What are you looking at me for?" Once the lights were out, Long Chen found Liu Ruyan staring at him. "It's nothing. I'll just quietly keep watch over you," said Liu Ruyan indifferently. Damn, so it was no wonder Chu Yao and Meng Qi had been laughing stealthily. So Liu Ruyan was present to keep an eye on him and make sure he didn't try anything questionable. They stayed in the Wine God Palace for 3 days. Long Chen once more had a battle with Fatty too, but he was amazed to find that the Fatty's skills in the finger-guessing game had improved. Who knew how he had trained, But in their battle, Long Chen won some and lost some before the two of them collapsed from drinking. During this time, Long Chen also went to the Grand Zia's imperial palace to see the Emperor Zia Yuyang, the Crown Prince Zia Yunfeng, Zia Yuncheng, and Zia Yuluo. Zia Yuluo in particular was no longer the pampered and unreasonable princess. She had matured and now acted refined and graceful. But for some reason, Long Chen felt like he liked the old her more. Zia Yuluo's eyes rippled when she saw Long Chen. It seemed that she had many things that she wanted to say, but she didn't say them in the end. She merely smiled and raised a cup of wine to him. There were many things contained within this cup of wine, but as for what they were, Long Chen didn't know. Perhaps even Zia Yuluo herself didn't know. Zia Yuncheng was still the same as ever. He hadn't grown reserved just because of Long Chen's power, something Long Chen was gratified by. When Long Chen asked Zia Yunfeng how the situation with the ancient nations was recently, he was silent for a moment before saying, "While the Grand Zia, Grand Chu, and Grand Zhou are flourishing, the Grand Han almost destroyed itself with its internal battles. However, in the past few months, their internal battles suddenly stopped. The curious thing was that based on our investigation, there was no interference from Pill Valley." "Did you not think about dividing the Grand Han's territory?" asked Long Chen. Zia Yunfeng shook his head. "Brother Long, taking over the territory might be easy, but none of the ancient nations want to accept the Grand Han's commoners. We'll only accept some refugees affected by the internal battles inside the Grand Han and give them a place to recuperate. The Grand Han's people believe that the universe started with them, and that it's only natural for others to treat them well. Even in the territory we gave to the refugees, problems are constantly sprouting. To help the elderly and young, we sent over emergency relief resources, but there were so many of them in the end that we couldn't afford the cost, so we gave them seeds and farming tools so that they could provide for themselves. But instead of farming, they want to make the space we gave them their own territory. Brother Long, tell me, don't you think they're stupid?" Zia Yunfeng couldn't help sneering at their foolishness. "They're such marvels," Long Chen couldn't help being amazed. Zia Yunfeng said, "It can't be blamed on them. It's simply the result of the Grand Han's imperial family's indoctrination. They instilled the sense in their people that they were above the human race, constantly making up legends to fool their people. Hence, their commoners are the victims. Nevertheless, this kind of brainwashing can't be fixed in just 1 or 2 generations. So to maintain the nation's stability and unity, the other 3 ancient nations don't want to take them in. The only worrisome thing is that the Grand Han's chaos suddenly calmed down. Furthermore, some rumors say that the protective gods of the Grand Han have awakened. It seems someone is creating legends for the Grand Han once more. Keeping the people ignorant in times of chaos was the best way to keep the peace. Making up some protective gods could make the people feel hopeful and fill them with vigor. There were several examples of such things occurring in the Grand Han's history, but for educated people aware of history, such a thing would be useless. If the Grand Zia's leaders tried such a thing on its people, they would be scoffed at. "Protective gods," Long Chen also sneered. When had this world gained so many protective gods? Rather than getting stronger themselves, they hoped for others to protect them. The next morning, Long Chen stealthily brought Meng Qi and the others away. They were afraid of the sadness from leaving, so they decided not to say goodbye. After leaving the Grand Zia, Cloud transformed into her true form, bringing them speeding away. After advancing to the 11th rank, Cloud's speed even amazed Long Chen. Divine light flowed across her feathers, bringing her speeding away. The space ahead of them seemed compressed. Cloud's speed was starting to break the laws of spacetime. After less than a few hours of flying, they arrived at an empty land. Cloud landed here and unleashed the power of her bloodline. A passageway appeared in the air. Cloud brought Long Chen and the others into the passage. The scene before them changed. They entered a desolate desert without the slightest signs of life. Heaven and earth rumbled. One large figure after another appeared in the sky. They were all experts of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race. This place was actually one of their strongholds. Those experts transformed into human form. Their leader was a graceful and beautiful woman, which released immense pressure. She was actually a powerful 12th-rank Xuanhuan beast. In total, 80 experts of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race had come. The woman bowed deeply to Long Chen. "Respected experts of the human race, thank you for your grace toward the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race. We will never forget this in our lifetimes." This woman was the stronghold's strongest expert. The others knelt on the ground. "You're too courteous," Cloud has been with us since she was a child, and she saved us from crisis multiple times. We're a family and you're our family as well, said Long Chen. Cloud was a member of the Dragonblood Legion, and her matters were the Dragonblood Legion's matters. There was no need for others to thank them for such a thing. At this time, other cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows began to fly over, but they were younger and unable to transform yet. They curiously looked at Long Chen and the others. Long Chen said, I came here today to tell you that there is no need to hide any longer. The great era has come, causing the world's chi flow to erupt. Hiding within minor worlds will affect your growth. If you continue like this, you will miss your best time to soar. As for the Xuanhuan beasts, as long as I say the word, they won't dare to touch you for at least a while. That's why I hope you can call out the entire cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race to grasp this opportunity. I will leave Meng Qi here so that you can probe the inside of the myriad spirit diagram. The divine abilities of your cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race are inside. It will allow you to raise your power as fast as possible. The current cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was forced to hide. They spent the majority of their time within their secret strongholds. Most of those strongholds were in desolate minor worlds that weren't suitable for cultivation. Only by entering the martial heaven continent could they properly cultivate. Before this, they had been forced to be secretive upon entering the continent, afraid of being noticed by the experts of the Xuanhuan beasts. If noticed, they would rather fight to the death than try returning to their strongholds, as they didn't wish their enemies to know where the strongholds were. So despite being such a powerful race, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was suppressed and forced into such a state. Long Chen wanted to bring them back into the continent so that they could soar. Then he would have raised another powerful ally. As for the Xuanhuan beasts, he trusted that they wouldn't take action against them. They had witnessed the destruction of Heavenly Fate Island. Most importantly, he had also destroyed their headquarters, ruining the resources they had been stockpiling for countless years. That was a grievous blow to them, and they would be forced to lie low for a while. This was the best chance for the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Very quickly, a heavy piece of news spread throughout the martial heaven continent. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race that had been hunted down by the Xuanhuan beasts was no longer hiding. They were establishing their headquarters in the eastern Xuanhuan region. At the same time, Long Chen announced that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was allied with the Dragonblood Legion. If anyone dared to touch the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, he would go to their home for his next tribulation. For Long Chen to publicly support the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was a bit surprising but within reason. However, his promise was a bit vicious. Just as Life Star Tribulation had been enough to destroy Heavenly Fate Island and the headquarters of the Xuanhuan beasts, that kind of tribulation wasn't something that just anyone could survive. At the same time, the Martial Heaven Alliance also came out in support of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. While Long Chen was now outside the Martial Heaven Alliance, he was still one with them. However, he was no longer under the Martial Heaven Alliance. He now allied with them. After establishing their territory, countless cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows began to flock over from their strongholds. Long Chen hadn't expected them to number in the millions. However, the majority of them were still young and hadn't fully grown. That was because when the Xuanhuan beasts had suppressed them, many of the seniors of their race had fought to the death. As for the weaker members, they could only do their best to reproduce as much as possible. This generation's leader of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was named Kuei Yuzhu. She was at the mid-12th rank, equivalent to the human race's second step of nether passage. Within the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, there were a total of 11 people on Kuei Yuzhu's level. However, they didn't have a single existence on the level of the late 12th rank. The human race's nether passage realm was split into 4 steps, while 12th rank magical beasts were the same but merely with different names. They were the early 12th rank, mid-12th rank, late 12th rank, and the great circle of the 12th rank. And just like the nether passage realm, the difference between each level was vast. When the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race declared they were coming out once more, the Dragonblood Legion naturally came to their new headquarters, while Jianying and the others from the Martial Heaven Alliance were also present. However, the old man didn't come. He only sent Boss Bao and the others. Boss Bao stealthily told Long Chen that the old man had been completely infuriated last time, even breaking tables and chairs in his rage. It had taken quite a bit of that kind of venting before he calmed down. Originally, he had also been thinking of coming, but upon thinking that he would seek gianting, he had decided not to come. Long Chen couldn't help sighing inside. Was this a case of growing more like a child the older you got? Originally, he had just been expecting the Martial Heaven Alliance to come, but even Zhang Wenlong was here, bringing a celebratory gift and representing the Huiyun sect. To use his words, as long as there was business to do, they would come. After greeting him, Long Chen smiled. "Brother Wenlong, don't blame me for not sending you an invitation. I was afraid you would come find me for the debt I owe you." Long Chen had used the scarlet blood spirit fish and quite a few medicinal pill formulas as collateral to take out a huge loan. That had been the only way to create the divine items for the Dragon Blood Legion. Those things were still in Zhang Wenlong's hands, but they hadn't been turned into money just yet. It could be said that Long Chen owed him a huge debt. "Hiding from your debt, is it? When have I ever demanded you to pay me? As long as you're still living well, my profits will continue to come rolling in," laughed Zhang Wenlong. The amount of money that Long Chen had borrowed from Zhang Wenlong was so great that it could affect the entire operation of the Huiyun sect. However, in the long view, the profit exceeded the risk. Most importantly, the Huiyun sect was now going all out in raising alchemists. They were crazily snatching up the medicinal pill market, and Pill Valley's monopoly was being broken. This was thanks to Long Chen. Even the Corrupt Path, Ancient Races, Ancient Family Alliance, and the others were secretly buying pills from them. The Huiyun sect was a true neutral sect, and as long as there was business to do, they would do it. They wouldn't inflate prices, while the quality of the pills was guaranteed. The prices of the Huiyun sect's pills were in general a tenth lower than Pill Valley's. Just 10% wasn't much, but medicinal pills took up 60% of a sect's yearly resources budget. The remaining 40% was enough for the sect's construction needs, maintenance, administration, and other necessities. Medicinal pills were truly the lifeblood of a sect. Most importantly, they had entered the great era where countless geniuses were rising. The large sects were willing to spend all their money on raising those geniuses. So this had become a crazy era for buying medicinal pills. The demand had exceeded the supply, so Pill Valley had long since adjusted the prices of their pills to get more money, and they were continuously increasing the price as the demand increased. That dissatisfied their customers, but there was no way around it because of their monopoly. However, the medicinal pill formulas that Long Chen had released destroyed that monopoly. The Huiyun sect had announced that they were hiring alchemists, and they were also focusing more on nurturing their alchemists. The current Huiyun sect was encroaching on Pill Valley's businesses, but Pill Valley couldn't do anything about it. They even suspected that there were traitors amongst their higher-ups who had sold those pill formulas to the Huiyun sect, so they had started an internal investigation. So the money that Long Chen had borrowed was truly nothing when it came to the profit that his pill formulas would bring in. However, they were still in the early stages, and his formulas still hadn't made up the money he had borrowed. It would take at least half a year before he paid off that debt with his pill formulas. Today was a lively day for the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race. The various large powers sent over congratulatory gifts. Even quite a few people came from the neutral powers. As long as the neutral camp's people didn't participate in battles, they could suck up to either side. They didn't want to offend either side, at least on the surface. Furthermore, the neutral camp sects were very crafty, only sending some of their senior people over, not their sect leaders. That was perfect, as they could give face to Long Chen and the Martial Heaven Alliance without offending the Xuanhuan beasts. Someone from the Xuanhuan beasts actually came. Xuanhuan and the others' expressions changed. There were over 10 experts who had come bearing the heir of the Xuanhuan beasts. The Dragon Blood warriors prepared their weapons. As long as they caused the slightest fuss, they would cut them down. Kuei Yuju noticed them. She couldn't believe her eyes. "Senior Yuju, we're gratified to see you still alive." The speaker was an elder who was the leader of this group. He wept. Xuanhuan and the others slowly loosened their grips on their weapons. It seemed that they had misunderstood. Through Kuei Yuju's introductions, they learned that these people belonged to the Cloud Rain Lightning Sparrow race, a branch of the Cloud-Chasing Heaven-Swallowing Sparrow race. When the Cloud-Chasing Heaven-Swallowing Sparrow race was expelled from the Xuanhuan beasts, quite a few experts of the Cloud Rain Lightning Sparrow race were hunted down as well. They had been hiding this entire time on their last breaths. Upon learning that the Cloud-Chasing Heaven-Swallowing Sparrow race had come out once more and established their own territory, they immediately rushed over. Seeing Kuei Yuju, They were filled with emotions. Kuei-Yuju was also crying. She thought back to how glorious the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race had been back in the day. Now they had fallen to this extent and even implicated their allies. All right, starting today, the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race is rising back to its former glory. You will share that glory with us, promised Kuei-Yuju. Kuei-Yuju's promise was serious. Her cultivation base might not be strong enough to promise such a thing, but she had already seen the hope of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race. It was Chen. The myriad spirit diagram had already been opened for them. The majority of their divine abilities had originally been lost, but now that their inheritances were being restored, they were rapidly growing stronger. The fact that they no longer had to hide in minor worlds also improved their cultivation circumstances. Other than that, Chen had started on creating transportation formations, connecting the Martial Heaven Alliance's headquarters, the Xuanhuan Dao sect, and this place. There were also formations connecting them to hundreds of other powers, so that they could share their spirit-gathering formations to cultivate. This was a joyous occasion. The Martial Heaven Alliance had gained another ally with limitless potential. They had once more grown stronger. The Xuan beasts have sent a congratulatory gift. Just as people thought that everyone coming had arrived, and they were starting to prepare a banquet as thanks to all their guests, a strange voice rang out. A small group of Life Star disciples walked in. They weren't from the Xuan beasts, they were humans. They put on a domineering front, but the fear in their eyes could be seen by everybody. When they saw Chen, their bodies involuntarily quivered. As for why their voices had sounded very strange before, it was because they had tried to sound disdainful, but their voices shuddered, making it sound odd. "We represent the Xuan beasts in sending a gift. Are you not going to greet us?" said the lead disciple. "Don't recite the script that they gave you to put your life in danger. I don't know if I should praise your bravery or curse you for your stupidity," interrupted Chen. He didn't know if these people had been forced here or had been bought, but based on their fear, they didn't want to be here. However, they had still come, so their gift couldn't be anything good. "Bring out your gift," said Chen indifferently. That person hastily took out a case and handed it over. The cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race's experts came forward. When they opened it, their killing intent soared. Courting death. One of those experts was about to kill these people, but was stopped by Kuei-Yuju. Looking inside the case, they saw heads. They were the heads of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race. They belonged to the experts that had been hunted down during the Xuan Beast's cooperation with Heavenly Fate Island. Now that the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race was establishing their territory, they sent over those heads. It was clearly a contemptuous insult. "Did the Xuan beasts demand you to tell us anything?" asked Kuei-Yuju. As the leader, she had to remain calm and not be so easy to anger. The Xuan beasts were being clear. Even if the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race had found support, they would not let them off. They had sent heads without attacking this time, but next time when they did attack, they would cut off all their heads. "They didn't give us anything to say, but they did order us to say things that would anger you. Sorry, we have no choice. If we didn't do it, our wives, children, and elders would be killed," said one courageous disciple suddenly. As expected, they had been forced. This was why they had sent humans. If they had sent Xuan beasts, they wouldn't be able to return. They were just scapegoats. Chen suddenly had a thought. "What sect are you from?" "We are disciples of the Sea Spirit Gate," said that disciple respectfully. Although they were terrified of Chen, they also revered him. "I understand. You were in the first group of sects to join Pill Valley's side. Your sect is too weak. In the eyes of your so-called sect, you're expendable cannon fodder. It should be the Xuan beasts that caused your sect to send you out to your deaths. In truth, the wrong ones aren't you but your sect's higher-ups. For your family, you were willing to come despite the danger. That means all of you are real men. There's no need for you to go back if you don't wish to. You can report directly to the Martial Heaven Alliance's 4th commander. As for your families, they will receive the Martial Heaven Alliance's protection, and your original sect won't dare to touch a single hair on their heads, or they'll be asking to be exterminated," said Chen. Those disciples were delighted by Chen's words. Some of them even wept. Chen had not just resolved the danger to their families, but he was even giving them the honor of being the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The disciples wept and knelt, expressing their thanks. Chen waved his hand, bringing them up. "Hot-blooded men should only kneel to their parents. Don't submit even to heaven and earth. When you get used to submitting, it will silently erode the sharpness of your Dao heart. I've given you this chance, but as for your futures, it'll be up to yourselves, said Long Chen. The disciples thanked him, bowed deeply to Jianying, and then took their leave, going straight for the headquarters of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Smart, Li Tianxuan smiled and praised Long Chen. Xuanhuan master overpraises this little one, chortled Long Chen. What's going on? Asked Jianying. That smile between Long Chen and Li Tianxuan was not ordinary. Li Tianxuan said, this move of Long Chen's was very smart. Once those disciples join the Martial Heaven Alliance, it will cause a chain reaction. Of the sects that have betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance and those that are just standing by the sidelines, countless disciples within them are dissatisfied by their decisions. However, they're just disciples without any authority. They can't change the decisions of the higher-ups. We refuse the sects from joining our ranks because we don't want those scheming old fellows. They're too selfish and care only about themselves. But their disciples are different. It is the current junior generations of this world that are the main characters of this era. We don't want those scheming old fellows, but the disciples have immense potential. As long as we can draw them over, they will become powerful warriors. When news of those disciples being accepted into the Martial Heaven Alliance spreads, it will cause more and more disciples to follow in their footsteps. In the end, we'll have the genius disciples while leaving Pill Valley with the useless scheming elders. Through this explanation, Jianying and the others came to a sudden understanding. It was no wonder Long Chen had so directly refused to allow those sects to join them. He already had a plan to deal with them. He was removing the trash while keeping the gold. This was perfect. Jianying couldn't help sighing over the fact that this fellow was a monster. Jianying immediately sent people to spread word of this incident and to make sure that those new disciples were treated well. They would make the whole world learn that the Martial Heaven Alliance wasn't excluding everyone. They were only excluding the toxic. As long as they were willing to fight for the continent, they could be accepted regardless of their original position. The disciples were innocent. It was the higher-ups who had decided to betray the Martial Heaven Alliance, so the Martial Heaven Alliance would only accept the disciples. The majority of those higher-ups were toxic. Although a portion of them weren't toxic, the Martial Heaven Alliance didn't have the time to accurately determine that. Most importantly, they weren't important. They had already reached their lives' higher points. In truth, they were no longer very valuable. The cultivation world was merciless and cruel. The Martial Heaven Alliance's resources couldn't be spent on the useless. They needed elites. Jianying could already imagine countless disciples throwing themselves to her side thanks to this one move. It wasn't just because the Martial Heaven Alliance was strong now, but also because it was the home of the righteous path. Yuju had those heads put away and announced that they would be properly buried another day. Today is a celebratory day for the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Thank you to everyone who came from so far away. I hope you'll accept my apologies for my poor accommodations. For most sects, they would celebrate for 3 days and nights on the inauguration. However, it was much simpler for the Xuanhuan beasts. They would normally end things with just a meal. The cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race had too many things to do. They were simply announcing that they were the rulers of this territory and that they were returning to this world. I've already prepared the food, and we can start the feast in just a few hours. However, people can't waste their lives. Some things have to be done immediately, don't you think, race leader Yuju? Long Chen looked at Yuju with a smile. Yuju didn't know how to reply to such a thing. After all, conversing with humans was more difficult for the Xuanhuan beasts who always like to be direct. Brother Long is saying that there's still some time until we eat. Maybe we should get our exercise done to work up our appetites, said Cloud. After knowing Long Chen for so long, she could guess what he wanted to do. You're saying, Yuju was startled. I mean that people should be magnanimous and not always keep grudges, said Long Chen. Now Yuju didn't understand again. It was Li Tianxuan who said, Long Chen rarely keeps grudges because he's afraid of forgetting them. That's why he prefers to get revenge immediately, so there's no need to keep the grudges. Yuju finally understood. Since the Xuanhuan beasts had come to provoke them, they wouldn't leave things as they were. They would strike back immediately. All experts of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race, hear my orders. Gather for an attack. Yuju immediately gathered all the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrows that were at the 11th rank and above. Haha, move out. Our target is the Xuanhuan beast's headquarters. Long Chen laughed, while others bitterly smiled. This fellow was definitely not destined to have a peaceful life. This time, there would be a good show to watch. Space shook. One rainbow-colored figure shot through the sky after another. There were over 1,000 cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows flying through the air, and they were a wonderful sight to behold. The current cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was no longer as powerful as before. Only just over 30 of these figures had reached the 12th rank. The rest were at the 11th rank. However, that didn't affect their domineering appearance. Cloud was carrying Long Chen and the others. She was actually flying at the very front. She was incredibly fast. She would only slow down in places that had cities or sects. Heavens, isn't that Long Chen? There's his Dragonblood Legion too. What are so many experts of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race doing together? Countless experts were amazed by what they saw streaking over their heads. They knew that today was the day that the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race was announcing their return. For Long Chen to lead them through the sky so fiercely, what were they planning? The cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race was viewed as traitors of the Xuanhuan beasts. Hence, it had been many years since so many cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrows had appeared on the continent. Furthermore, Long Chen was leading the Dragonblood Legion, along with the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrows. That couldn't be for nothing. "Brother Long Chen, where are we going?" asked Cloud. "Don't rush. Let's stroll around for a while longer to announce to the world that the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race is back. We will no longer be bullied, and we want revenge. That way, your old followers will be more comfortable with joining your side. You'll need to gather your old loyal subordinates," said Long Chen. The cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race had once been the most powerful race of the Xuanhuan beasts. But due to the mechanisms of other races' schemes, they became victims and were expelled from their midst. To wipe away the insult and humiliation of having such a thing done to them would require blood. They would need to rise once more. By patrolling like this, they were showing off their power and making a kind of announcement. But this way, the Xuanhuan Beast's headquarters will be prepared. We won't be able to sneak attack them, right? Cloud didn't understand. Foolish girl, they aren't gods. They have no idea if we're targeting their stronghold or not. Right now, our general roaming direction is the headquarters of the Martial Heaven Alliance. They might think that the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race is going there to express their sincerity and thanks. That kind of etiquette was quite common in the ancient era. The Xuanhuan beasts won't think we're attacking them because their actions today have gone a bit too far. In truth, those experts were already dead. By returning their heads, they can say that they were simply returning their remains. We have no reason to be angry, said Long Chen. Those heads had been cut off in their attacks of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race's strongholds. They had kept the heads to research the divine marks on their crystal bones to see if they could replicate the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race's divine abilities. However, such a thing was incredibly difficult. They weren't capable of it. With the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race announcing their return, they sent over the heads to humiliate them. However, on the other hand, they could also say that they were returning their remains. That kind of double-faced action was particularly disgusting. "Then if we don't have an excuse to attack, what are we supposed to do?" asked Cloud worriedly. "Do we need an excuse to attack? If they need an excuse, then, for example, we can say that the weather's not bad today," said Long Chen. When had he ever required an excuse for his actions? The Dragonblood warriors laughed. As for Jianying and the others, they hadn't come. They had returned to where they had come from. To use Long Chen's words, they had come for formalities only. The Dragonblood Legion and the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race were enough. If they went as well, it would be bullying. Countless experts of the continent stared up in shock as the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrows passed through the sky. The cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrows felt extremely emotional inside at this. After so many years, they were finally flying over the continent once more. They were about to wipe away years of humiliation. Some of them were unable to hold back their bird cries, releasing their resentment and anger. "Speed up!" Long Chen sent a message to Cloud. Multicolored light flowed around Cloud, transforming her into a rainbow that streaked across the horizon. Following Cloud, the others also sped up, and the sound of their cries grew more and more resounding. In the end, they were so fast that the people below only saw a rainbow streak going through the air and heard their cries, without even being able to see their figures. The cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrows accelerated more and more, unleashing their emotions. They felt something that they hadn't felt before. They quickly arrived at the territory of the Xuanhuan beasts. Their arrival immediately caused an alarm to ring out. However, they ignored everything, charging straight for the headquarters. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows were too fast, and the Xuan beasts were unable to stop them. Hee, we've arrived. Long Chen had a gratified smile. As expected, Zheng Wenlong's reports were very accurate. They hadn't come for nothing. Who's there? There were actually Nether Passage experts here at the headquarters. Countless other experts were also rushing over. These people weren't from the Xuan beasts. Last time, their headquarters had been destroyed by Long Chen and Jai Wuming. Hence, the Xuan beasts had moved their headquarters to a neighboring plot of land and started to rebuild. This time, rather than just creating caves in a mountain, they were building a grand protective formation. They had invited countless craftsmen to do so. There were all kinds of materials stacked up. The workers were busy surveying and planning for the construction when Long Chen arrived. We're here to accept our gift. Long Chen smiled and walked down from the sky. Those Nether Passage experts' expressions completely changed. What are you doing here? Even the Nether Passage experts who had reached the second step trembled in fear. Long Chen had slain Jai Wuming, who had been at the third step and supported by a supreme sex karmic luck. As a result, they didn't have the slightest confidence to go against him. If he wanted to kill them, they probably wouldn't even be able to run. I've already said I'm here to accept a gift. What, after being allied with the Xuan beasts, have the ancient family alliances people forgotten how to speak the human language? Long Chen sneered. It seemed that the people in charge of rebuilding the Xuan beasts' headquarters were from the ancient family alliance. The ancient family alliance had once been one with the righteous path, but due to Dai Long, they had fractured. Then through several large battles, both sides had taken losses, and the hatred between the two sides grew. Their hatred for each other had grown to the point where neither side cared who was right and who was wrong. Accepting what gift? Asked that Nether Passage expert. He began to sweat. He had a bad feeling. Today is the day that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race is returning to the continent. The Xuan beasts sent a paltry congratulatory gift. Feeling like they were all one family, they felt embarrassed to send anything bigger, but since they're embarrassed, we came to take it ourselves. Long Chen waved his hand. Brothers and sisters of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, no need to stand on courtesy. If it can be moved, take it. Following Long Chen's orders, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows opened their mouths. The piles of materials were swallowed by them. No, those are. That Nether Passage expert suddenly stopped. A white bone spear was pointed at him, and Gu Yang was staring at him icily. As long as he said another word, he wouldn't hesitate to attack. Long Chen patted that Nether Passage expert on the shoulder. You and I are both parts of the human race. If it weren't for that idiot Dai Long, we might be friends. So sometimes right and wrong are important to be clear about. Why would humans make things hard on other humans? These resources belong to the Xuan beasts, and I've come here to accept my gift from the Xuan beasts. Does it have the slightest thing to do with you? If you're willing to risk your life for them, I'll accompany you. If you aren't, then just quietly watch the show. After all, this has nothing to do with you. As long as you don't raise your weapon against me, I won't do anything to you. But if you do, then there will be no room for negotiation. You can decide yourself if you want to live or die. If you don't want to die, then you should back up a bit from those resources. The workers fled to the side. The resources were sucked up by the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows. Long Chen had heard that the Xuan beasts were reconstructing their headquarters, and those resources were not cheap. Apparently, Pill Valley had paid quite a price, as the Xuan beasts themselves were unable to afford such luxury. Now that they were sucked into his pocket, Long Chen really felt refreshed. The Xuan beasts would have never imagined that after just a short moment of peace, Long Chen would dare to run over and snatch their resources. Furthermore, he even had an excuse to do so. Seeing those resources being sucked away by the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows, that Nether Passage expert could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Those resources belonged to the Xuan beasts, and he was only in charge of the construction. The Xuan beasts shouldn't take out their anger on him, right? Suddenly the void rumbled. Countless experts came surging over, blazing with killing intent. The one at the front was the leader of the Xuan beasts, Peng Wanli. Long Chen, you have gone too far. Oh, isn't this the great leader of the Peng race? How coincidental to run into you here. Long Chen acted surprised to see the furious Peng Wanli. He then laughed. Truly, thank you for your generosity. As for your gift, I'll accept it. Many thanks for your support of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. There's no need to invite us for dinner. We still have many guests waiting for us at home. Let us meet again." Seeing Long Chen turn to leave, Peng Wanli roared, "Long Chen, hand over our resources, or don't even think about leaving alive." "Your resources? What proof do you have that these resources belong to you?" Long Chen cocked his head at him. "Do they have your name on them? Or your seal? Are they yours just because you say they are?" Long Chen was being absolutely shameless. Peng Wanli felt like he might explode with rage, as he had never seen anyone so shameless. Long Chen's shamelessness was actually above the Xuan beasts. "Don't try twisting logic. Those are resources we bought from Pill Valley. Pill Valley can testify," shouted Peng Wanli. More and more experts of the Xuan beasts arrived. But when they saw the Dragonblood Legion and the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, their expressions changed. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had once been kings amongst the Xuan beasts. Their divine abilities were famed for their power. Later on, for some unknown reasons, the Peng race joined hands with several other large races to expel them from the Xuan beasts. Several large battles were fought. Although most of the experts of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race were killed in those battles, the battles had injured the very core of the Xuan beasts. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had actually been powerful enough to deal a grave blow to the Xuan beasts even as they were ousted. From this fact, it could be seen just how frightening they were. Now that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had Long Chen's support and was rising on the continent once more, the Xuan beasts were all tense. Long Chen couldn't help laughing at Peng Wanli. How interesting. So even the unreasonable Xuan beasts are willing to give proof to others. How did unreasonable people like you start talking about such things with me? Could it be that you're now afraid of me and don't dare to attack me? However, I'm not here to talk reason with you today. I came to accept your gift. I've now taken it, and whether or not you like it, I'm taking it. What can you do? All the craftsmen that had been working here looked at Long Chen oddly. Long Chen was definitely domineering enough. The Xuan beasts were famed for being unreasonable and suppressing others with their power. But today, Long Chen was openly taking their things. The craftsman sighed inside. Finally, a true domineering existence had appeared amongst the human race. He was practically a bandit. It seemed that such a scenario had never occurred in all the history of the Xuan beasts. Although the ancient family alliance was no longer allied with the martial heaven alliance, in the end, they were still part of the human race. Seeing Long Chen be so domineering, they couldn't help feeling admiration for him. "Long Chen, are you declaring war on the Xuan beasts?" demanded Peng Wanli. He took out a pitch-black spear. When that spear appeared, the air grew heavy. That was an incredible divine item. A terrifying aura spread like that of an ancient beast. Long Chen summoned Evil Moon and rested it on his shoulder. He took a few steps forward until he was less than a mile from Peng Wanli. "Peng Wanli, since I dared to come, I'm confident in being able to leave safely. If you want to fight, of course I'll welcome you. Our enmity doesn't stem back just 1 or 2 days. If you want to bring our enmity to an end today, I'd be very pleased. Don't the Xuan beasts like sending gifts? Today, I am stating this clearly. I'm here to accept your gift. If you're giving, I'm taking. If you're not giving, I'm still taking. If you're giving, I'll treat it as a gift. If you're not giving, I'll treat it as a protection fee. To put it even clearer, I'm here to find trouble with you. You can suck it up or you can fight," said Long Chen. Even as more Xuan beasts gathered here, he didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, his battle intent was flowing out of him. The Dragonblood warriors cheered, their voices filled with killing intent. It was bone-chilling. These were the warriors of the Martial Heaven Continent's #1 Legion. Even Nether Passage experts were terrified. "Long Chen, you have gone too far." Peng Wanli was shuddering from rage. He had never suffered such humiliation in his whole life. At this moment, Kuei Yuzhu suddenly stepped forward. "We have gone too far. Peng Wanli, it was you who was envious of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's divine abilities. You wanted to connect our races by marriage, but we refused, so you allied with other races to expel us. You even framed us as blasphemers of the Peng Emperor. Using that excuse, you hunted us down until we were almost exterminated. Was that not going too far?" The secret of the Xuan beast was actually exposed. "Absolute nonsense. My Kun Peng race has the bloodline of the great Peng race. Why would we care about your pitiful bloodline? It was clearly your cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race that got arrogant and wanted to change the name of the Peng Emperor to the Sparrow Emperor. The historical records are very clear. Don't you feel embarrassed making up such lies?" The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race blasphemed the Peng Emperor, wanting to become the absolute rulers and destroying the peaceful unity of the Xuan beasts. "Every one of you should be put to the death," shouted Peng Wanli. "You?" Long Chen raised a hand. Race leader, we are not here to discuss history. We are here to accept gifts. There is no absolute black or white in this world. As for who is black and who is white, it depends on whose fist is bigger. Whoever's fist is bigger is whoever's mouth is bigger, and whoever's mouth is bigger is the right one. If someone argues, they can just be eaten. There is no need for reason. So don't be angry. Your only fault was not being strong enough to threaten certain people's positions. For them to eliminate potential threats isn't wrong of them. Whether it's in the cultivation world or the world of the Xuanhuan beasts, such a thing is common. That's why talking reason is meaningless. Even if they apologized, would you forgive them? So a blood debt must be paid with blood. As for arguing who is right and who is wrong, there's no need. Hearing that, Kuei Yuzhu calmed down. Long Chen was correct. Debating history had no meaning. The cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race had been hunted down for so many years. So many of them had died to their hands. If the history was cleared up and their enemies apologized, would that be enough for them? No. Peng Wanli, I've taken your gift. Again, I have guests waiting for me, so we won't be staying for dinner. Of course, if you want to keep us here, I'd be delighted. However, I should warn you that my temper isn't good. If I drink too much, I might just destroy 100 of your races. That's why. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. It was so loud that it eclipsed Long Chen's voice. Everyone turned toward a certain person in the Dragonblood Legion. It was Wilda. Wilda had dozed off, and that sound had been the sound of his stomach rumbling. The sound woke him up, and seeing the Xuan beasts in front of him, he shouted, "Brother Long, is it time to eat? I'm hungry." Wilda's gaze made those Xuan beasts shiver in terror. In the last battle, Wilda had killed many of their experts, including true immortal Jioki. They had then been eaten by him. That scene was still fresh in their minds. To the Xuan beasts, Wilda was a terrifying monster. Wilda was not a cultivator, and he didn't have any of the aura of a cultivator. That was why they had overlooked him before. But after that last battle, all of them were apprehensive of him. He was a monster that hungered for their flesh. Even Peng Wanli's expression changed. During that battle, the leader of the ancient races, Long Zhengkang, had only been able to hold Wilda back. He hadn't been able to suppress this crazy monster. The Dragonblood Legion didn't just have Long Chen. Wilda's power was no lower than his, and there were also the captains like Gu Yang, Yue Zaifeng, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, as well as Xia Chen, Gu Ran, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Liu Ruyan, and Cloud. Only a portion of the Xuan beasts had gathered, and the rest were still on the way. If they were to fight now, Peng Wanli was confident in being able to block Long Chen and Wilda, but the others were also dangerous. The Dragonblood warriors were like wolves, and adding on the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race, rivers of blood would flow. That blood would definitely belong to the Xuan beasts. Long Chen's arrival today was too sudden, and they hadn't been the slightest bit prepared. Let's go back and eat. Of course, if anyone wants to hold us back, we won't mind eating here. Now Long Chen's words had a double meaning. Of course, Wilda understood it in only a simple manner. He would rather eat here because there was more food here, and the quality was better. Wilda involuntarily gulped down a mouthful of saliva. The way his eyes stared at them gave them goosebumps. It seemed like he was begging them to stop Long Chen. Long Chen then led his people away just like that. The Xuan beasts that had formed an encirclement around them didn't dare to make a sound. They hastily scattered. Peng Wanli clenched his spear tightly. His whole arm was shaking, but in the end, he didn't move to stop Long Chen. He just watched as Long Chen and the others vanished. Boo! Peng Wanli slammed his spear into the ground. A wave of dust soared into the sky. Long Chen, just wait for next time. Just after Long Chen left, space rumbled and more experts arrived. The leader of the ancient races, Long Zhengkang, had arrived with reinforcements from the ancient races. However, he was too late. Considering the speed of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race, there was no way they could catch up. Peng Wanli was ashen with rage. He had never suffered something so frustrating in all his life. Right in front of him, his resources were stolen. Should we attack them? Asked Long Zhengkang. The ancient races always let the Xuan beasts take the lead. Moreover, the relationship between the two races had grown closer thanks to Long Chen. The Xuan beasts had officially recognized the ancient races. However, they had yet to let them join them. Let Long Chen be arrogant for a while. Just relying on the two of us, we can't fight against the Martial Heaven Alliance. This is clearly the Martial Heaven Alliance causing trouble. The Brahma secret realm is about to open, so they're trying to make a counterplay, said Peng Wanli. If Jianing was present, she would definitely sneer at them. This matter had nothing to do with the Martial Heaven Alliance. It had entirely been Long Chen's idea. The brains of the Xuan beasts were truly lacking. Go back and prepare all the elite disciples for the Brahma secret realm. Pill Valley is finally willing to pay such a price. We can't stand on courtesy. As for Long Chen, let him be. After all, the Martial Heaven Alliance does not have the inheritance of a god. After the Brahma secret realm, all our disciples will have grown stronger while they'll still be stuck. The difference will gradually grow. Long Chen is a madman that no one wants to provoke. If we go all out against him by ourselves, the others will just laugh at us. Heavenly Fate Island is the best example. The Martial Heaven Alliance can't do anything about Pill Valley's Brahma secret realm, so they're just sending Long Chen to mess up our plans. We won't let them achieve their goals. We will make sure to repay our losses and humiliation today 100 times, said Peng Wanli. Then about the Peng Emperor's altar, said Long Junking hesitatingly. Once the Brahma secret realm is over, the ceremony will begin. You can send 100 elites from your side. As for whether or not they can accept the Peng Emperor's blessing, it will be up to their luck, said Peng Wanli. Many thanks. Long Junking was delighted to hear this. The Peng Emperor had been the supreme expert of the Xuan beasts. He had been one of the only existences in this world capable of challenging the sovereigns. In history, only 3 such emperors had appeared, and one was from the Xuan beasts' Kunpeng race. Once the Peng Emperor's sacrificial ceremony is over, the Xuan beasts will rise. The Martial Heaven continent will be ours to rule. Remember, don't trust the human race at any time, said Peng Wanli. Understood. Long Chen brought the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race back to their territory in high spirits. They were all delighted. They had managed to vent some of their anger. Long Chen had openly taken Peng Wanli's resources, and Peng Wanli hadn't even dared to do anything. He had just watched them leave. Remembering his furious expression, they all felt refreshed. Big brother Long Chen is amazing. That Peng Wanli didn't even dare to attack us, exclaimed Cloud excitedly. He truly didn't dare to attack because we are now strong enough that he has to be restrained in front of us. Without enough time, he can't possibly gather enough experts to attack us. If he had really wanted to fight, it wouldn't have just been a fight between us. The entire Martial Heaven Alliance would join in. Xuanhuan is currently in a weaker position, so he won't fight during this period. Both sides taking heavy losses is not what he wants. Although Peng Wanli is stupid, he can see this point, or he wouldn't be fit to lead the Xuan beasts. No matter how angry he was, he had to endure it. As for us, we had to do this to restore our prestige. This is an important day to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Considering how the Xuan beasts have humiliated us, today was just some interest. As for the real debt, we'll settle it later, said Long Chen. Cloud was extremely grateful. She knew that he was only getting involved in this matter because of her. He even treated the entire cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race as his family. Considering the speed of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, they quickly returned. When Jianying and the others saw the pile of resources they had brought back, they were stunned. You? We robbed Cough. We went to accept their gift. Gu Ran immediately switched words upon being glared at by Long Chen. When Jianying and the others learned that Long Chen had gone to the Xuan Beast headquarters and stolen the materials they had prepared for their reconstruction, they were shocked. They had originally thought that he would just cause some fuss throughout the Xuan Beast's territory in the eastern Xuan region. He might destroy a few buildings and strongholds as a show of might. Once they won back some face, that would be enough. However, he had personally gone to their home and stolen their things right in front of Peng Wanli. The Xuan Beasts hadn't even dared to do anything. This was their first time feeling a trace of sympathy for Peng Wanli. Considering Peng Wanli's unreasonable and tyrannical nature, he had probably never suffered like this in all his life. It was unknown if he would directly die from his rage. This move shook the very continent. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was forcibly rising. Another terrifying faction had appeared on the continent, and they were solid allies with Long Chen. The entire continent's board changed because of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's domineering return. Originally, Long Chen had just been planning on setting up a simple headquarters for the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, making it so that they could share a portion of the spirit-gathering formations of the various sects. However, with the gift the Xuan beasts had given them, they directly built their own spirit-gathering formations, transportation formations, and a grand protective formation. Moreover, there were plenty of workers. The Martial Heaven Alliance had never lacked manpower. With so many materials, it would only take a month for the construction to be completed. The spirit gathering formations would only need half a month before they could be used. Cultivating with spirit gathering formations meant that the world's dense spiritual chi would pour into their bodies. This kind of blessing was unimaginable for the old cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Meng-Chi was also sharing the myriad spirit diagram with the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race, allowing them to rediscover their lost divine abilities. Each day, they got stronger. This filled them with confidence. After arranging this, Long Chen had the Dragonblood Legion temporarily stay here. After all, the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race had yet to fully recover and needed some protection. During this time, Long Chen encountered one difficulty. After advancing to the first heaven stage of Life Star, his cultivation base hadn't improved in the slightest. He would need 11th rank medicinal pills to advance any further. However, there were no 11th rank medicinal pills in his pill god memories. The pills that he had stolen also only reached the 10th tier. He had never seen an 11th rank medicinal pill. Could it be that the 10th tier was the limit? If that was the case, he was doomed. Others might be fine cultivating without medicinal pills, but he couldn't. The 9-star Hegemon body art's cultivation speed was already slow from the start. But now that he was in the Life Star realm, he had 108,000 astral spaces, and any advancement would be extremely difficult. If he cultivated according to normal standards, he didn't even know how many centuries it would take him to reach the second heaven stage. By that time, it would be too late. Long Chen bitterly racked his brain, but he was unable to find any memories relating to 11th tier medicinal pills. Helplessly, he could only go find Zhang Wenlong. Zhang Wenlong told him that an 11th tier medicinal pill had never publicly appeared in this world. However, that didn't represent that they didn't exist. Zhang Wenlong secretly told him that it was rumored that Pill Valley had 11th tier medicinal pills. However, it was just a guess. They had never personally seen any, so they couldn't be sure. Zhang Wenlong couldn't know Pill Valley's top secrets, so what he was saying was only what he had heard from his higher-ups, but there was no proof. This news was of no help to Long Chen. Even if Pill Valley had formulas capable of refining 11th tier medicinal pills, they were top secret. They were very likely only known by a handful of people. To obtain them wasn't possible. Helplessly, Long Chen could only cultivate within the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race's spirit-gathering formations. He activated his divine ring, absorbing as much spiritual chi as he could. After 10 days, he felt like his astral spaces might have grown a bit larger, but he didn't feel anything concrete. This speed was too slow. Clearly, this kind of cultivation was no good for him. The 9-star Hegemon body art was not cultivated like this. He had to rely on medicinal pills. On this day, Long Chen left with Wilda. He brought Wilda to the skyscraping world, having the original devil race's people look after him. They needed to have someone go hunting with him so that he didn't get lost. He then left on his own. Long Chen had been hoping to spend a few days with Yue Zioqian, but she was already in seclusion. Yue Zioqian had reached the final stages of the profound spirit Taoist scripture. She was just one step from mastering it. That profound spirit Taoist scripture had been a priceless treasure found within the yin-yang world. Once she mastered it, she would be able to perfectly disguise herself and freely walk throughout the martial heaven continent. Time passed one day at a time, and undercurrents were flowing throughout the continent. The various large powers were gathering their geniuses and sending them to Pill Valley. The Brahma secret realm was about to open. The martial heaven continent had a long history and countless inheritances. It had given rise to countless experts in the past. In the immortal era, even gods had appeared. The majority of experts liked to leave some of their inheritances behind for destined people to carry on their legacies. Some supreme experts left behind their astral spaces, turning them into minor worlds. Those minor worlds were attached to the martial heaven continent. As long as you could find the entrance, you could enter. However, after so many years, many minor worlds were in ruins. Some had fractured and vanished. Practically every sect on the continent had its own inheritance land. Some seniors had left behind their astral spaces, and they were kept in order by their descendants. They were precious legacies. Other than those spaces with masters, there were some spaces without masters. Some of those spaces were too big, and as the martial heaven continent moved, they clashed with its laws, resulting in their destruction. Some of those spaces were able to resist that clash and ended up being drawn into cracks within the world. Some formed a strange resonance. There were also some like the yin-yang world and devil spirit mountain. Most likely, a minor world had formed a resonance while in contact with both the martial heaven continent and those foreign worlds. Those two minor worlds had been compressed by both worlds, resulting in them being crushed and forming spatial channels connecting the worlds. If it wasn't for the sovereign blood seal suppressing those channels, the devil race and the blood race would have long since charged onto the continent. There were layers of space throughout this world. Perhaps they weren't visible, but they existed. Some ancient sects looked like they had been destroyed, but recently, more and more mysterious sects were reappearing. Some of those sects had been gone for so many years that people hadn't even heard of them. However, when people looked through historical records, they found that they were terrifying sects that had been incredible existences thousands of years ago. Now that the Great Era was descending, they were coming out from their minor worlds to restore themselves to their former glory. Geniuses were currently gathering at Pill Valley. They were there to enter the Brahma secret realm. Long Chen sat atop a tall mountain, watching those geniuses flying over his head. It was unknown what he was thinking. "Are you planning something evil again?" asked Evil Moon. It was truly starting to understand Long Chen. "I have to think of a way to enter the Brahma secret realm. Do you have a method?" asked Long Chen. "In theory, if you could accurately pinpoint the spatial node, with my current power, perhaps we can break through space and enter." "I'm talking about in reality," interrupted Long Chen. "Fine, in reality there's no chance you can find the spatial node. It's Pill Valley's top secret. Outsiders can't possibly learn it," said Evil Moon. "So you can't do it?" "What do you mean, I can't do it?" snorted Evil Moon angrily. "You're the one who doesn't even know the spatial node's location. It's like you're asking me to kill someone but you don't even know where they are." The so-called spatial node was where the minor world connected with the martial heaven continent. As long as Evil Moon could reach that spot, it might be able to tear through space to enter it. "If you don't want to die, then get out of my way." Just at this moment, a coarse and tyrannical voice rang out from the distance. Long Chen turned to see a golden-horned bull pulling an ancient carriage through the sky. That bull was actually a 12th-rank magical beast. Quite a few experts were flying through this region, and some of them came from the same sect. When they saw that bull, they hastily evaded it. However, unexpectedly, the bull was too fast, and even though they avoided its body, they weren't able to avoid the astral winds that roared off of it. They were blown back miserably. Some of them even coughed up blood. That bull was advancing at full power. Its master was clearly doing this on purpose. Courting death. Those experts were enraged and they took out their weapons. Divine light lit up as they attacked the carriage, wanting to teach the person inside a lesson. Boom! Ripples spread along the carriage. It actually had a powerful barrier that blocked their attacks. Courting death. A furious shout rang out from within and the carriage came to a stop. A large man came out. He had bushy eyebrows, a beard, and a mustache. He smacked a rod that he had at those people. A dragon's cry actually rang out, causing Long Chen to jump. That fellow actually possessed a trace of dragon blood. This fellow's dragon blood isn't pure. You see that rune on his forehead? It should be the mark of the barbarian dragon race. The barbarian dragon race only possesses brute power but no divine abilities. They're a group of brainless fellows, explained Evil Moon. Boom! The large man's rod caused space to explode and sent those disciples tumbling back, coughing up blood. With just this one attack, even a dozen Genius Life Star disciples were unable to endure. None of them had used their full power, but that man also hadn't summoned his manifestation. You're the barbarian dragon palace's man Bashan," someone cried out in shock. "Since you know who I am, you can scram," snorted Man Bashan. Man Bashan. Long Chen felt like he had heard that name. He racked his brain and suddenly slapped his leg. He remembered. Yi Lingshan had mentioned this person to him. He had once pursued Qi Fengsu but was refused. Then he had pursued Yi Lingshan but she had ignored him. Back then, he had sworn that when he awakened his barbarian blood manifestation, he would marry both of them. Countless people had sneered at him for that. Later on, he had vanished. People all thought that it had been a farce, but recently, he had reappeared and defeated consecutive geniuses without suffering a single defeat. Furthermore, his sect, the Barbarian Dragon Palace, also surfaced. When someone investigated their history, they were stunned. The Barbarian Dragon Palace had been famous many years ago. Its experts had the inheritance of the barbarian dragons. They were immensely powerful. It was said that back when true immortal Jaioki was alive, the two of them had clashed. No one knew the final result, but since the two of them were still alive, outsiders guessed that they might be equally matched. Although Man-Bashan had only recently come out, his fame was growing rapidly. He was a tyrannical existence amongst the neutral powers. Other than that, due to his bloodline, he was very unreasonable and would kill people as soon as they displeased him. He was famous and infamous. Those people were startled when they heard that name. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes. They cursed their bad luck at encountering such a garbage person. "Either fight or fuck off," snorted Man-Bashan, pointing his rod at those disciples. He spoke to them like they were ants. "Man-Bashan, don't go too far," raged one disciple. "A warrior could be killed but not humiliated. This person went too far. It was clearly his carriage that had smashed into them, and now he even shouted at them to scram." "Die?" That disciple had just shouted when Man-Bashan turned toward him, smashing his rod. That rod compressed space, sealing the disciple's movements. The disciple was shocked to find that he couldn't move. Just like that, the disciple exploded along with his weapon. The others were startled and infuriated. This Man-Bashan was as unreasonable and tyrannical as the story said. "Since you don't scram, you can die." Seeing those disciples panicking, Man-Bashan laughed. His bull's two golden horns suddenly began to shine. A wave of divine light shot out of the horns, striking the disciples like a mountain. Those disciples summoned their manifestations, but despite going all out, they were heavily injured. Two of them had their bodies explode, and they fled with only their yuan spirits. Those disciples instantly vanished from sight as they fled. Man-Bashan laughed as if bullying them had been delightful. "Brother, help me out." Just at this moment, a hand clapped onto his shoulder. Man-Bashan jumped in shock. He turned back, but before he could even see who was behind him, a hand slapped his face. He seemed to hear the sounds of bones breaking, and then lost consciousness. Long Chen carried Man-Bashan to the carriage and then glanced at the bull indifferently. As soon as Long Chen looked at it, it stiffened, all its previous majestic air vanishing. "If you don't want to become steak, you'll listen obediently," said Long Chen. He dragged the unconscious Man-Bashan into the carriage. Upon entering, he saw that it was very luxurious. The floor was actually padded with the fur of a 12th-rank magical beast, and there were over 10 female cultivators on a wooden bed, not an inch of thread on their bodies. They stared in shock at Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. One of those women recognized Long Chen. Then, realizing that she wasn't wearing anything, she blushed, covering herself up. Long Chen hastily left the carriage, taking out a spatial ring and tossing it inside. He told them to put on clothes first. Through their explanation, he learned that they came from various sects. They had been captured by Man-Bashan. When they had refused his advances, he had captured them in his anger. Fortunately, they had run into Long Chen before Man-Bashan could do anything further to them. "Sorry." Long Chen reached out and patted each woman on the back of their head. They instantly fell unconscious. His spiritual strength entered their minds, erasing their memories of Man-Bashan and seeing him here. They were also geniuses who were going to attend the Brahma secret realm, so he had to do this. After erasing their memories, he placed them in different locations. That way, they could act like nothing had happened. As for Man-Bashan, Long Chen hadn't been planning on killing him, but after seeing those women, he had directly done a soul search and learned just how many wicked things he had done. After that, Long Chen directly killed him. He began to change his appearance, dressing himself up as Man-Bashan. After confirming that there were no mistakes, a blaze of flames turned Man-Bashan into ashes. "Haha, if you don't want to die, then get out of the way. I Man-Bashan am coming." Long Chen suddenly cleared his throat and laughed, sending the carriage flying straight toward Pill Valley. Out of the way, are you blind?" Long Chen sent the carriage barreling through the air in a domineering fashion, forcing aside the other experts. They angrily cursed him, but then Long Chen also got angry, cursing back. "Are you looking to die? Who dares to block the path of Man-Bashan? Come out and I'll make sure your deaths are quick." When those disciples heard that name, their hearts shook. Although Man-Bashan's fame wasn't too great at this point, quite a few people had heard it. He was a vicious character and completely unreasonable. He would kill people at the slightest anger, hence, they had no desire to draw his ire. Those people didn't say a word, simply allowing Long Chen's carriage to pass by. Only once he was gone did they start cursing him. "Fuck, this feeling really is nice." Long Chen laughed. Although these people weren't all his enemies, they definitely couldn't be counted as friends. However, it seems that people like him don't live too long. Long Chen rubbed the rod in his hand. This had been Manbation's divine item. It had actually been refined from a barbarian dragon's horn and could be activated with the strength of dragon blood. If someone else obtained it, they wouldn't be able to use it. However, Long Chen possessed Azure Dragon Essence blood, and the barbarian dragon wasn't worth anything in front of the Azure Dragon. I didn't think things would go so smoothly, so even the heavens are blind sometimes. Long Chen had a tablet on his waist. It had Pill Valley's mark, and this mark had blood runes within it. Through a soul search, Long Chen learned that this tablet was a way for Pill Valley to avoid others entering the Brahma secret realm. People were given 2 tablets. One was given back to Pill Valley after being bound with blood. Upon arriving at Pill Valley, they would check the tablets to see that their blood matched. For someone else, wanting to sneak in like this would be courting death. But when Long Chen had slain Manbation, he had Evil Moon extract a portion of Manbation's essence, blood, and soul. That way, even when he was examined, he could pass through easily. It seemed that things in his life rarely went this smoothly, so Long Chen felt quite refreshed. Of course, part of that was how arrogant he could act as he blasted through the people in his path. On his way, he, accidentally, killed a few experts from the corrupt path and Xuanhuan beasts by crashing into them. In the face of other people's furious roar, he simply cursed them back and scared them away. However, the thing that surprised him was that, on his way, he sensed several powerful auras that were no weaker than Huo Lian and true immortal Jioki back when they had been alive. What is going on? How could so many powerful experts have appeared? Long Chen couldn't help frowning. Those experts belonged to various powers, including the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, and the Xuanhuan beasts. He also sensed a familiar air as he flew. It was the air of the Bloodco Hall's assassins. Their auras had been memorized by the 9-star Hegemon body art, and he would sense them as soon as he was close. However, he could only sense their general existence. He couldn't pinpoint their exact location, meaning that the Bloodco Hall actually had more skillful assassins aside from their 3 divine emissaries. Or, did this indicate that their Dong Minju had come? Fuck, how did so many unknown experts suddenly appear? Did I end up jumping into a den of wolves? The closer he got to Pill Valley, the more people he saw. Many of them were lone travelers with shocking auras. One man had a grand aura. With each step, space twisted, and he would reappear hundreds of miles away. It seemed he was currently practicing some kind of cultivation art. There was another person enveloped with divine light, and it was impossible to see his face. Sword light formed a ring behind him. The sword chi around him was oppressive. Just looking at him gave people a stabbing pain. There was also someone like Long Chen being pulled by a 12th-rank magical beast while sitting in a carriage. The carriage blocked their aura, but when they looked over, Long Chen felt a sensation of danger. There's no need to be so shocked. Just from Manbation's memories, you can see that there are still many sects hidden within the martial heaven continent. However, they're more low-key and haven't revealed themselves. They've been secretly developing for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They've avoided having to fight with others, lying in wait precisely for the current great era to come. A world naturally goes through periods of prosperity and decline. Spring goes and winter comes. When the winter comes, life forms hibernate so that they can come back out in spring. The martial heaven continent definitely isn't as simple as what you see. If I hadn't felt that this place looked weak, I also wouldn't have come here, and then I wouldn't have encountered Yun Shang, said Evil Moon hatefully. After killing Evil Moon, Yun Shang had reforged its body and soul into a weapon, resulting in Yun Shang giving it the name of Dragonbone Evil Moon. Being with me will let you make your comeback, guaranteed Long Chen. You don't even know how you're going to advance any further. If you don't figure out a way, it won't be long before you're crushed. Just seeing your 108,000 astral spaces, I've given up any hope. Your cultivation technique is too monstrous. Evil Moon didn't have any hope for Long Chen. The 9-star Hegemon body art was too difficult. However, it then suddenly said, actually, I do have a method for you to rapidly grow stronger without medicinal pills. Really? Don't con me. Long Chen was delighted. Perhaps the dark evil dragon race had some divine ability that could help him. It's to eat. You can eat just like Wilda, absorbing their energy with swallow the heavens, devour the earth. You want me to constantly eat magical beasts? Long Chen hesitated. If he couldn't find medicinal pills, then perhaps this was his only choice. No, for you, eating magical beasts is useless. Then, you want me to eat people? Yes. Swallow the heavens, devour the earth was originally a technique for absorbing energy from the same source as the user. After being devoured, it will strip them of their energy and merge that energy with yours. That's the only way for you to absorb the energy of their yuan spirit, essence, blood, and soul. Stop, that's definitely impossible. Long Chen interrupted Evil Moon. Eating magical beasts was one thing. If he had no other choice, he could accept it. But eating people was definitely unacceptable. You're a hypocrite. What difference is there between killing people and eating people? The evil dragon race relies on eating each other to get stronger and survive. But your human race kills each other not because you need to, but simply to satisfy your desires. Although a portion are killed due to crisis or imminent danger, the majority are only killed to satisfy your desire to subdue others. The human race kills many times more of its fellow humans than my evil dragon race eats each other, snorted Evil Moon. All right, don't try to talk philosophy with me. I can't accept that condition. As for why, I don't know either, but if you really need a reason, call it instinct. As a human, I will kill to protect my family, but I won't go devouring humans. It's impossible. Long Chen shook his head, not letting Evil Moon continue this topic. Long Chen respected Evil Moon, and he knew it had good intentions, but that wasn't something he could accept. Boom! Just as they were speaking, Long Chen's carriage shook intensely. His golden bull had actually been killed by a single punch from someone. Startled, Long Chen looked out to see someone from the Xuanhuan beasts blocking his path. That person's entire body was covered in black fur. He also had a rod in his hand, and he pointed it at the carriage. Man Bashan, come out and face your death. The disturbance here drew over many of the surrounding experts. The Xuanhuan beasts Xingtianba. Someone let out a startled cry upon recognizing this black-furred expert. One of the ancient family alliance's experts said, "This Xingtianba is the descendant of the great earthen bear king race. Legend is that the great earthen bear race was so powerful in the ancient era that they were given the name of king. Their power is limitless." Really? Then whose power would be greater, his or true immortal Jioki? That ancient family alliance expert didn't know how to reply to that. There was no way to compare. All he knew of the great earthen bear king race's power was limited to historical records. Someone from the ancient races said, if the two of them were to actually fight, they should be equally matched. But in terms of pure power, this Xingtianba should have an edge. True immortal Jioki relied on the power of his bloodline, which can be used up in the end, but Xingtianba's power comes from the earth. As long as he is on the ground, his energy will never run out. If he's so powerful, why haven't I ever heard of him? HMPH, do you think that the great Xuanhuan beasts are like the human race, announcing themselves to the world as soon as they have the slightest bit of power? They knew how to be low-key. That ancient race expert's sneer immediately caused quite a few expressions to sink. It had to be known that 90% of the experts here were part of the human race. For someone to openly curse the human race like this, they were enraged. If this wasn't the wrong place for it, they would have killed that idiot. However, of all the experts here, not all of them were afraid of the ancient races and the Xuanhuan beasts. Someone responded, for people like you, the only thing to do is bully you like Long Chen does. Once Long Chen beats all your teeth out, you won't insult the human race every time you open your mouth. This person came from a neutral sect. Originally, he had no enmity with the Xuanhuan beasts or the ancient races. However, this person's mouth was just too hateful. To suck up to the Xuanhuan beasts, did you need to trample on the human race? Did he not realize that the human race was his ancestor? Yes, they're truly low-key. Once Long Chen even killed his way into their headquarters and took all their resources, they didn't make a sound. So low-key, added someone else. That ancient race expert was about to curse back when he suddenly noticed that he was surrounded by experts of the human race. He swallowed his curses. Seeing that he didn't dare to continue talking, those experts couldn't be bothered with him. They turned back to watch the fight. At this time, Long Chen had come out of his carriage. He walked toward that expert of the Xuanhuan beasts. Now there will be a good show to watch. One's Man Bashan, one's Xingtianba. Let's see who's stronger, said someone excitedly. Man Bashan came from a neutral sect that had been in hiding. He had no relationship with anyone, and he was known as a tyrannical figure. There were already a few stories of his infamy. As for Xingtianba, he came from the Xuanhuan beasts who always looked down on the human race. If the two of them clashed, it would be a perfect case of irritating fellows fighting each other. The others were quite happy to watch such a show. You killed my mount. It seems I'll need you to replace it. Long Chen suddenly shot forward, smashing his rod at Xingtianba. Man Bashan, You might be able to be arrogant in front of others, but you aren't qualified to act like that in front of the Xuan beasts. Xingtianba roared and his rod also smashed toward Long Chen. When those two rods collided, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted and divine light burst forward. The large Xingtianba was actually blown into the distance. Heavens, in terms of power, Man Bashan is actually greater than Xingtianba. Long Chen sneered. A little bear also dares to act this wild. In the future, just obediently pull my carriage. Long Chen's current power and fighting style were identical to Man Bashan's. That was the only way to avoid other people's suspicions. This imitation was quite simple for Long Chen. Man Bashan's energy stemmed from the barbarian dragon, and he didn't have any flashy techniques. Long Chen also liked that kind of fighting style that relied on overwhelming his opponents with power. As soon as they clashed, he knew that in terms of power, Xingtianba was a far cry from Man Bashan. Man Bashan was truly powerful. He definitely wasn't stronger than true immortal Jioki, but he would only be the slightest bit weaker. The reason why Long Chen had crushed him so easily was because his azure dragon blood suppressed his barbarian dragon power. Power of the earth, Bear King slaughters the heavens. Xingtianba's feet touched the ground, and his black fur suddenly became the color of the earth. His aura also completely transformed. How can a bear slaughter the heavens? Sneered Long Chen, smashing out his rod. Boom! However, this time the earth didn't explode. Instead, it was like all the surrounding land had become one entity, resisting his strike. Long Chen was slightly surprised. This Xingtianba actually had some ability. Xingtianba was extracting the energy of the earth. His manifestation appeared behind him, and endless mountains appeared within it. They were crystal clear. He's fully awakened his manifestation. Boom! Long Chen and Xingtianba were forced back by each other's power. Man Bashan, do you see? My manifestation has already fully awakened. Even in terms of comprehension, my Xuan beasts are superior to your human race. I'll let you experience the power of a fully awakened manifestation today. Xingtianba laughed wildly. The mountains within his manifestation began to shudder. This was no longer just an image, but it was its own world. So that's the case. No wonder you can only fully awaken your manifestation upon reaching the life star realm, muttered Long Chen to himself as he looked at Xingtianba's manifestation. The world within the manifestation was illusionary, but when a life star expert condensed their astral space, it would become the foundation for the manifestation and could transform the manifestation from illusory to real. The manifestation behind Xingtianba was a reflection of the world within his astral space. That was why it looked so real. He was fully in control of his world energy because his manifestation was his world. With a fully awakened manifestation, he was a true Empyrean. The mountains within his manifestation rumbled. Divine runes began to appear on the ground, sending energy toward Xingtianba. He's using the power of his manifestation to gather the energy of the very martial heaven continent. How can anyone fight him when he controls that much power? Exclaimed one of the ancient family alliance's experts. Who would have thought that the first person on the continent to awaken their manifestation would actually be from the Xuan beasts? They'll probably brag about this for a lifetime, sighed one of the neutral camp's experts. Both the ancient races and the Xuan beasts despised the human race, and they would directly scoff at the weaker ones, explicitly saying the human race was garbage. Now that Xingtianba had actually awakened his manifestation, they would never forget about this. This would be another thing they would hold over the human race. Is awakening a manifestation really so amazing? Everyone, look well. If I even have to use my manifestation, it will count as my loss, sneered Long Chen. His rod suddenly rumbled as he activated his azure dragon blood. A dragon cry resounded through the air. He was activating this divine item with the power of the azure dragon, and the power it unleashed was greater than what Xingtianba could hope to unleash. Boom! The ground exploded. The mighty and arrogant Xingtianba was sent tumbling back. Do you think the power of the barbarian dragon is something a little bear can block? Taking out my manifestation would be bullying you. Just obediently pull my carriage. A wave of dust swirled around Long Chen. Although he hadn't summoned the azure dragon battle armor, he was already using the power of his dragon blood. He began unleashing a torrent of attacks at Xingtianba. With each clash, Xingtianba was sent tumbling back. The ground shook with each step, and the earth exploded with each of Long Chen's attacks. What's going on? Was Man Bashan always so powerful? Even someone with a fully awakened manifestation can't stop him. Something seems off. If Xuanhuan fully awakened his manifestation, why wouldn't the Xuan beasts announce it? That's right, that's not their style. I understand. Look closely at his manifestation. He didn't awaken it naturally. He must have used some outside power to forcibly awaken it. Look, there's no air of life within it. A manifestation was like a painting, but once it was awakened, it had its own life. Xuanhuan's manifestation looked alive, but it lacked an actual air of life. It was stiff. There's no blessing of the heavenly Taos either, so he only managed to awaken it with some outside force. No wonder it didn't increase his power that much. What a greedy fellow. This Xuanhuan was a genius who could stand at the peak, but due to his impatience, he's ruined his future. He'll only be half an Empyrean for the rest of his life. There's no way for him to fix his manifestation. Once everyone else's manifestations begin to awaken, he'll be trash. Stupid. Xuanhuan roared and suddenly transformed into a giant bear. Wielding his rod with both hands, his fur began to shine. The runes that had been spreading on the ground were suddenly all sucked up by him. He smashed his rod at Chen. He's gone berserk. He directly summoned his true body. Startled cries rang out. After being suppressed time and time again, Xuanhuan was actually staking everything on one attack. Xuanhuan's body was gigantic. His rod was like a heaven-splitting pillar, smashing down mercilessly. This was his strongest attack that not only contained all his power but also all his fury. He was originally a peak genius with top-grade talent. However, he wasn't patient enough. He wanted to be the first Empyrean on the continent with a fully awakened manifestation. Disregarding the warnings of his seniors, he had actually forcibly merged the power of his astral space with his manifestation, wanting to quicken the awakening. Awakening the manifestation was something that had to happen naturally. There was a sequence to it, and he was defying that sequence. Even if he was only a single step away, forcibly trying to awaken his manifestation was no good. Although he had succeeded, his manifestation had not received the recognition of the world. In other words, his manifestation was truly and completely crippled. He would never be able to fix his ruined manifestation, and he would be doomed to be second-rate for the rest of his life. Right now, all he could do was bully others before they also awakened their manifestations. He had to hurry and crush everyone else while he could. To have ruined your future prospects because of your greed and advancing prematurely was something that would drive anyone crazy. Xuanhuan was filled with resentment, but because he caused all of this by himself, he couldn't resent anyone else. Originally, he had been planning on defeating Man-Bashan today because Man-Bashan had bullied some experts from the Xuan beasts. His other goal was to make a name for himself before others managed to grow up. However, his luck wasn't good. This fake Man-Bashan's combat power was absolutely terrifying. Furthermore, he hadn't even summoned his manifestation. Of course, the truth was that Chen couldn't summon Man-Bashan's manifestation. Even if he tried to fake it, he would immediately be sold out considering that he couldn't absorb heavenly Tao energy. He said that he wouldn't use it only to give himself cover. However, this cover ended up being viewed as absolute disdain from Man-Bashan. Man-Bashan actually wasn't treating Xuanhuan seriously at all. In his rage, Xuanhuan risked everything in one attack. Boom! Xuanhuan's giant rod smashed into the ground, causing the world to shake. His power was truly terrifying, and even the distant experts were unable to stay steady. They were blown back. Cracks spread along the ground. Mountains crumbled and giant boulders were flying through the air. It was like a scene from the end of the world. What terrifying power! The distant experts were gobsmacked. This kind of power was something that would blow anyone to smithereens. As expected, the Xuan beast's power was inconceivable. However, when the wind settled, everyone was shocked to find that they didn't see Man-Bashan's figure within the ruined earth. He exploded. People were stunned, but this didn't seem likely. Based on the power that Man-Bashan had released, this attack should have at most heavily injured him. There was no way that he wouldn't have at least an intact corpse. Xuanhuan looked all around. He was stunned. When his rod had been about to smash Man-Bashan, Man-Bashan had suddenly vanished. His attack had missed. Suddenly, Xuanhuan let out a roar and smashed his rod behind him. At this moment, Man-Bashan appeared there, his rod smashing toward Xuanhuan. His rod grew until it was a giant pillar equal in size to Xuanhuan's rod. Boom, their two rods clashed once more. Xuanhuan's giant figure was actually sent tumbling across the ground. He bounced on the ground a dozen times, flipping over and over again. Each time, the ground shook intensely. Finally, Xingtianba managed to stabilize himself. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Due to his manifestation not being recognized by heaven and earth, he was unable to lock down Long Chen with his heavenly Tao energy. As for using spiritual strength, there was no way that someone from the Xuanhuan beasts could use that to lock down Long Chen. So there had been no need for Long Chen to receive his attack. Long Chen didn't want to receive such an attack either. Even he would have to suffer a bit to take it head-on. Long Chen had used the celestial lightning body blink to get away, but he had used it very subtly, and with space twisting so wildly from that attack, others had been unable to tell. He had then gone around Xingtianba's giant body to strike him. At that time, Xingtianba had just launched an all-out attack and hadn't fully recovered. As a result, his hasty block didn't even have 70% of his power in it. "What a blind bear, you can't even hit me. If you're this weak, you're not even fit to fight me," sneered Long Chen. His rod once more whipped toward Xingtianba. Xingtianba roared furiously, but he was forced to retreat time and time again. This time, Long Chen didn't even give him a chance to unleash a powerful attack like before. Seeing Xingtianba being crushed like this, the surrounding experts sighed. Xingtianba was truly pitiful. His manifestation looked like it had awakened, but it had not received the recognition of the world. It only allowed him to use his world energy to its full potential, but he was unable to merge it with his heavenly Tao energy to unleash even greater power. He was probably only slightly stronger than he had been before awakening his manifestation, but he had lost all his future prospects. Xingtianba was constantly absorbing energy from the land, ensuring that he wouldn't run out of energy. Even as he was forced to retreat miserably, it was very difficult for Long Chen to actually beat him. "This fellow's too powerful. If he really awakened his manifestation properly, what could I do to him?" Long Chen thought to himself. If his manifestation was truly awakened, just how powerful would he be? "Little brute, shouldn't you hurry up and surrender? You killed my mount so you can replace it. Otherwise, your life will end here. Do you think you can order around the great Xuan beasts? Fuck off," roared Xingtianba. Flames almost burst out of his eyes. However, he didn't even have any ability to retaliate. He could only bitterly endure. "Since you want to be pig-headed, that's fine. I'll be eating bear meat tonight." Long Chen's attacks grew sharper and sharper. However, he still used the techniques that Man-Bashan was most skilled in. The experts watching had no doubt that he was Man-Bashan. Barbarian Dragon Heavenly Twister. 18 dragon-shaped figures flew out of Long Chen's rod, transforming into a giant twister that attacked Xingtianba. This strange move caught Xingtianba off guard. He was instantly sucked into it and then into the air. "Not good," Xingtianba's expression changed. Having left the ground, he was unable to absorb any more energy. Since he wasn't recognized by the heavenly Taos, he had lost his support. Coiling Dragon's 18 staves. Long Chen followed up with another attack. His rod twisted and turned, seeming to become 18 separate rods that attacked from 18 different angles. Banging sounds mixed with the sound of bones breaking rang out. Xingtianba coughed up blood. Man-Bashan so powerful, even without using his manifestation, he managed to defeat Xingtianba. People's hearts shook. No one had thought that Man-Bashan was so terrifying. Just as Long Chen was launching consecutive attacks, a dozen attacks shot toward him. Experts from the Xuan beasts were actually interfering. "You want to fight in a group? Fine, I'll accompany you." Long Chen laughed, his staff unleashing a wave of light that blasted apart those attacks. Like a devil, Long Chen began to attack the newcomers. He knew that Xingtianba wasn't someone he could kill here. If he did, it would only cause trouble. If his identity was exposed, that would be even more trouble. However, a bunch of little ants like these newcomers, they could be killed. "Brother man, please stop." Suddenly a figure appeared, tearing through space. He blocked Long Chen's path. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. This person wasn't someone that he knew, but Man-Bashan knew him. With Evil Moon's help, Long Chen had managed to get a complete set of his memories. Through those memories, he knew that this person was Lu Zichuan, a genius of the Yin-Yang sword sect, a neutral power. Just like the barbarian Dragon Palace, the Yin-Yang sword sect was an ancient sect that had been in hiding for so long that others had forgotten about their existence. They only appeared once the Great Era had come. Lu Zichuan had a pair of swords on his back. One was black and one was white. They were known as the Yin-Yang dual swords. When he used them, he could manifest the Tao before him. The legends were quite terrifying. It seemed that the yin-yang sword sect had a slight relationship with the barbarian dragon palace. As for Man Beishan and Lu Zichuan, the two of them had even exchanged pointers. But that time, Man Beishan had lost. Or rather than saying that he had lost, it was more accurate that Man Beishan had retreated to avoid losing. Lu Zichuan's yin-yang dual swords were too strange, and he was unable to break through their defenses. They hadn't been allowed to go all out either to avoid harming the friendship between their sects. In truth, Man Beishan knew that he had lost, so he had been itching for another battle with Lu Zichuan. "What, brother Lu, are you thinking of stopping me?" Long Chen's aura began to rise in preparations for a fight. He was facing Lu Zichuan with Man Beishan's character. "I'm not a match for brother Man. I'm just here to act as a mediator. Since the Brahma secret realm is about to open, we should consider what's important and what's not. There's no deep enmity between everyone, so why bother fighting to the death," said Lu Zichuan. "HMPH, this stupid bear killed my mount. How can I spare him? Well, since brother Lu has spoken up for you, I can give you face. But next time you dare to be rude to me, I really will be having some bear meat." After saying that, without even looking at the bloodstained Xingtianba, Long Chen walked into his carriage. Although there was no mount, the carriage activated on its own and flew away. Long Chen left, leaving behind countless spectators who were still dazed. This Man Beishan was absolutely vicious. As for Xingtianba, he was infuriated. He couldn't stop his bleeding. The rod that Long Chen had used had unleashed immense dragon might when activated with the power of the Azure Dragon, and it had caused him to lose his ability to heal his wounds. A manifestation that was not acknowledged by the heavenly Taos was viewed as cheating by the heavens. Even his original heavenly Tao recovery ability had lost a great deal of its effect. Under the strange gaze of countless experts, he had an urge to find a hole to bury himself in. "Man Beishan, I swear I will avenge this enmity," roared Xing Beishan. He then also left after saying some vicious words. However, when comparing how Long Chen had left to how he was leaving, the difference was immense. As for the dual sword-wielding Lu Zichuan, he had a disdainful smile, but he also didn't say anything. The various experts were quite pleased inside seeing this result. They had been able to see Xingtianba suffer so much. After all, being part of the human race, although they did their best to suppress that feeling, they still felt refreshed. The Xuanhuan beasts and ancient races were just too hateful. However, Xingtianba at least let us see how powerful a manifestation is upon being fully awakened. Even though he isn't blessed by the heavenly Taos, he's able to unleash the full power of his world energy, while we are only able to use 30%. He's actually quite unlucky. Not only was his manifestation crippled, but he also ended up running into a monster like Man Beishan. Empyreans that haven't awakened their manifestations probably can't match either of them. One expert made a rather neutral evaluation. "You're right. If his manifestation was truly awakened, he would be blessed by the heavenly Taos, and his heavenly Tao energy would have merged with his world energy. Then Man Beishan definitely wouldn't have been a match for him. But how could it be so easy to fully awaken a manifestation? Talent, willpower, opportunity, and luck. You can't be lacking even one. Moreover, you also need patience. We all have to patiently wait. The more impatient we are, the more chaotic our mental realms and the more difficult it will be to awaken our manifestations. Xingtianba is a perfect example of what we shouldn't do. Empyreans are favored by the heavens. The heavenly Taos will decide which one of us awakens our manifestation first. Anyone who tries to break that rule is definitely courting death. Fully awakening a manifestation was extremely difficult. Even though there were countless geniuses rising, even though there were countless people whose manifestations were just one step away from awakening, not one person had achieved it on the continent yet. They were all waiting, but as time passed, more and more people reached the same level as them. They might be surpassed if they kept waiting. The pressure these geniuses were under was immense. Each of them hoped to be the favored son of the heavens and run ahead of the others. However, if they wanted to really get ahead of others, they couldn't be disrespectful to the heavens. They couldn't cheat their way forward. Xingtianba had ended up giving a perfect example for everyone. Now, they didn't dare to even think about cheating like he had. It was better to patiently wait. Xingtianba is essentially crippled. This defeat will definitely be a fatal blow to him. Others are all advancing, while he's stuck in his original spot. He'll only be thrown further and further behind, said someone. HMPH, what do you know? You're such a fool. Do you think Xingtianba is someone you can discuss? Suddenly, one of the distant Xuan beasts opened his mouth. The reason Xuanhuan was at a disadvantage was because he suffered some injuries due to forcibly awakening his manifestation. He can only use 80% of his real power right now. The reason he came out before fully recovering is because he wants to enter Brahma's secret realm. Inside, he can borrow the power of the gods to recover, and if he obtains their blessing, he might be able to restore his manifestation and truly awaken it. Pill Valley's higher-ups have already arranged things to be more convenient for him. Just watch, next time the two of them meet, Man-Bashan will definitely be the one to die. You neutral people are opportunists who don't understand anything. All you know how to do is spout nonsense. Those experts' expressions sank at being criticized by this Xuan beast, but before they could retort, the Xuan beasts left. Fuck those idiots from the Xuan beasts. Long Chen really needs to bully them more. They're too hateful. Hopefully, Long Chen can enter as well and kill them, said one neutral expert. Don't get angry. It's meaningless. We're basically only here to watch the fun and see if we can dredge up anything good. After all, the Xuan beasts are allied with Pill Valley while we're not. Let's go. The spectators began to scatter. However, many of them continued to discuss Man-Bashan and Xuanhuan, as well as discussing Xuanhuan's goal in the Brahma secret realm. Long Chen had slipped away in his carriage. Without a mount pulling him, he felt strange. He had an urge to get a Xuan beast to pull his carriage, but then he felt that it would be too arrogant. Even Man-Bashan wouldn't be so arrogant. He could only continue in his carriage with no mount, no longer crashing forward like before. With Pill Valley not that far ahead, he didn't dare to act too exaggerated. Long Chen looked down at the barren ground below him and recognized this place to be one of the former 7 danger zones of the martial heaven continent, the heaven-devouring forest. The heaven-devouring forest had been damaged by the fire of Pill Valley thanks to Long Chen's incitement. Then in the spirit world, they had been destroyed by Long Chen. Now the heaven-reaching forest had vanished. Back when he had first seen the heaven-devouring forest, he had been stunned by the terrifying tree monsters, but now it had vanished from this world. Great heroes are born on the martial heaven continent. The true dragon rises arrogantly above all. Unrivaled divine power shatters heaven and earth, a power that looks down on all others. Nowadays, mediocrity is everywhere. People think of themselves as amazing without realizing others are laughing at them. The divine valley and ghost forest are still present, but the master Long San of that time has vanished. Back then someone had come up with this humorous poem. Reciting it, Long Chen didn't know what feeling he had. The divine valley was still present, but the ghost forest was gone. When he had fled from Pill Valley, the Pill Fairy had appeared in front of him. Instead of stopping him, she had given him her symbol in hopes that he would be able to slip away. He would never be able to forget that kindness. As for now, he was like water and fire with Pill Valley. There was no way to mediate things between himself and Xuanhuan. As for the Pill Fairy, she was currently receiving Pill Valley's god inheritance. How stupidly dramatic, Long Chen cursed. He wasn't afraid of any enemy, but he was afraid of facing the Pill Fairy. If the Pill Fairy was standing in front of him, would he really be able to bring himself to kill her? As he got closer to Pill Valley, he saw more and more experts. He saw people from the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, the Xuan beasts, and even some people from Heavenly Fate Island. The people from Heavenly Fate Island had different auras from regular cultivators, making them easy to recognize. However, they were no longer wearing robes of Heavenly Fate Island. They were wearing disciple robes of other sects. It seemed that Heavenly Fate Island's elite disciples had been snatched up by the various large sects. The 4 Fate Princes were dead, the unfettered All-Seer had been killed by the Dragonblood Legion, and Jai Wuming had fallen to Long Chen's hands. Heavenly Fate Island was truly and fully done. Those disciples had naturally found other paths for themselves. Long Chen also saw several black-robed figures on his path. They covered up their faces, making it so others couldn't recognize them. They didn't have any auras around them, and even looking right at them, it was impossible to sense their existence. Clearly, these were assassins from the Bloodco Hall. For them to be openly walking around in daylight, Long Chen had an urge to kill them. He had destroyed the statue of the killing god, and there was no way for him to settle things with them. The Bloodco Hall had tried to assassinate him multiple times before his anger had been provoked, and he had started counterattacking. The most infuriating time was when he had found one of their strongholds, and their leader had said that once he managed to survive a few more assassinations, their enmity would end. Long Chen still remembered how arrogant that person had been. It was like other people's lives were nothing, and if the Blood Hall wanted to assassinate someone, they could only endure. That was why Long Chen had smashed their statue of the killing god, making it so there was no way to reconcile their hatred. "Fuck, just wait. Once we're in the Brahma secret realm, I'll teach you all why roses are red," muttered Long Chen. The Blood Hall was quite crafty. In his last tribulation, there had been some disciples of the Blood Hall hiding amongst the enemy experts. They had tried to assassinate people from the Dragonblood Legion, but those assassins that had fought back then were expendable. Although some were killed, they weren't true elites. The Blood Hall had been holding those back. Continuing forward, he finally arrived at a large empty space. This space was where the transportation formation to enter Pill Valley was. He had come here before. However, this giant space was now packed with powerful experts, and even Long Chen jumped in shock. Where did this many powerful experts come from? When Long Chen arrived before the transportation formation he had come to years ago, he was stunned by the sea of people he saw. These experts were all at the Life Star realm. Every one of them was a terrifying Empyrean. He guessed that there were no less than 1,000,000 of them. How is this fucking possible? Long Chen couldn't believe his eyes. Had he gone crazy or had the world gone crazy? Just where had these people come from? The ancient races, the Xuanhuan beasts, the ancient family alliance, they had all sent tens of thousands of experts each. Hence, many of those experts were foreign faces to him. However, he quickly saw some clues. The closest group of people to him were from the ancient races, and he saw many familiar faces in that group. Those people had once fought against the Dragonblood Legion. About a tenth of those people were the ones he recognized, but the rest didn't look familiar to him. I get it. Long Chen suddenly realized what was going on. He had heard from Jianying that the other powers of the continent were not completely united. Only a portion of their forces were controlled by their leaders. Taking the ancient races as an example, although Long Zhengkang was the leader of the ancient races, he only controlled a portion of them. Many ancient races wouldn't participate in any fights even if he tried to order them. Originally, he had thought those races that didn't listen to his orders were only a small fraction. But in truth, the ancient races were numerous. They weren't actually as united as they appeared to be on the surface, and so they also had some internal battles. Some races were also very low-key, afraid of being viewed as threats too early, so they had quietly grown stronger. Although the Long Zhengkang led the ancient races, several extremely terrifying figures within the ancient races were secretly raising their own forces. They might even be waiting for a suitable opportunity to overthrow Long Zhengkang and take his position. As for Long Zhengkang, one reason he wished to become one with the Xuanhuan beasts was not just for the feeling of returning to his ancestors, but also to consolidate his own position amongst the ancient races. Those races and powers had been secretly accumulating power, but with Pill Valley sharing their god inheritance with everyone, they were unable to continue hiding. They began to appear one by one. In truth, it wasn't just Long Chen who was stunned. Even the ancient races, the Xuanhuan beasts, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, and the other powers of the continent were stunned. They didn't know that they possessed so many geniuses. As for the geniuses of the neutral powers, they were present in even greater numbers. That was because many of the righteous path sects had actually switched to become neutral powers and reduce the possible risk. There were also some righteous sects that directly joined Pill Valley's side while still flying the banner of the righteous path. They simply said that they could not exist under the Martial Heaven Alliance led by Jianying. They wished to topple the Martial Heaven Alliance and rebuild the righteous path. Those righteous sects had become Pill Valley's subordinates. They would do whatever Pill Valley wanted them to do, and they were even more obedient than dogs. The people from the corrupt path, the ancient races, and the other powers all looked down on them. Although they were looked down upon, they had a direct connection to Pill Valley, and so they would get some special treatment when the Brahma secret realm opened. It was said that the powers that had allied themselves with Pill Valley were given special tablets for the Brahma secret realm. Those tablets were supposed to allow them to enter special areas inside, but Pill Valley hadn't been too clear on the exact details. In any case, Pill Valley's meaning was clear. If you followed them, they wouldn't let you suffer. If you didn't follow them, then don't follow the Martial Heaven Alliance either, and they would allow you to enter the Braha secret realm. But as for the best stuff inside, sorry, but that was only for their people. When Long Chen arrived, countless cold gazes turned toward him. Many of those gazes were filled with hostility. Some people even probed him with spiritual strength, which was a naked provocation. As expected, this was one of the iron laws of the cultivation world. No matter what appearance he took, he wasn't an exception. Long Chen suddenly went crazy, smashing one horned man of the ancient races with his rod. "What, you have a problem with me? I'll beat the crap out of you," shouted Long Chen. This person had tried to use spiritual strength to investigate him. Even the real man Bashan wouldn't be able to endure such a thing. The surrounding experts jumped in shock. This man Bashan was truly violent to start a fight here. That ancient race expert hadn't expected Long Chen to suddenly strike, and so he was sent flying, hacking up blood. "Man Bashan, you are courting death." All the ancient race experts were infuriated. They didn't know what that horned man had done to draw his ire, and they thought that man Bashan was simply provoking them. Over 100,000 experts of the ancient races took out their weapons. "Ha ha ha, do you think a little brat like him can probe me with their soul? Not killing that idiot was already giving face to the ancient races. If you want to fight because of it, then I'll accompany you." Long Chen raised his rod, unafraid of the surrounding experts. It is not permitted to raise weapons in front of the gates to Pill Valley. Don't blame my Pill Valley for being merciless and expelling you if you break this rule. A cold shout rang out. Some of Pill Valley's experts were startled by this disturbance and came out to stop him. After all, this was Pill Valley's territory, and the Brahma's secret realm also belonged to Pill Valley. If others wanted to enter, they had to be obedient. Through Pill Valley's investigation, upon hearing that this expert had used his spiritual strength to probe others, those ancient race experts could only snort and put away their weapons. Using spiritual strength to probe others was definitely a provocation. It was like looking through a person's clothes. Even if the other side wasn't a woman, it wasn't possible to accept such an insult. Even if the victim wasn't someone as violent as Man Bashan, they wouldn't be able to endure it. But while the experts of the ancient races put down their weapons, they still glared at Man Bashan with hostility. It didn't matter who was wrong or right. As long as someone attacked the ancient races, it would be viewed as disrespectful to all the ancient races. This enmity would be remembered. Compared to the human race, the ancient races were definitely more united. Even if they had some internal battles, at least no one looked at the unfortunate fellow with delight at his misfortune or hit him while he was down. Just this one point of theirs was far superior to the human race. In the face of the ancient race's hostility, Long Chen merely sneered. Holding his rod, he walked over to the neutral camp. "Fuck, so even I ended up standing in the neutral camp," Long Chen sighed. There were over 100,000 experts in the neutral camp, but Long Chen didn't get any greeting. The majority of them treated him warily, with some even looking at him with disgust. However, that suited him. He sat down in an empty space. Looking around, he sighed inside. The human race is actually so large, but we're fractured, allowing even the ancient races and the Xuanhuan beasts to look down on us. The neutral camp's experts, the ancient family alliance's experts, and the traders of the Martial Heaven Alliance were all humans. At the very least, they numbered over 500,000. If all that power was added onto the Martial Heaven Alliance, who would dare to fight them? However, humans were truly curious beings. They always liked to fight amongst themselves, wanting to be one step above the others. There were over 1,000,000 experts gathered here. If they joined forces and attacked the Martial Heaven Alliance, that would be an unprecedented tribulation. There would be no way to stop them. Even if Xuanhuan only managed to control half of them, it would be enough to flatten the Martial Heaven Alliance. Long Chen sighed. Xuanhuan's schemes were truly amazing. Even as his enemy, Long Chen had to feel some admiration. I'll have to think of some way to ruin his plans. Otherwise, if the Martial Heaven Alliance falls, my Dragonblood Legion might not be able to stay standing. Long Chen found that quite a few people amongst these experts gave him a fair bit of pressure. The Martial Heaven continent was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Many figures amongst these experts were on true immortal Jioki's level. If Long Chen exposed his identity, he would probably have difficulty leaving alive. All the monsters of the continent had gathered here. This was all outside of Long Chen's expectations. Who would have thought that the Martial Heaven continent had been hiding so many geniuses? Long Chen had just sat down when he saw Xingtianba walk in and join the Xuan beasts. He cast a hateful glance at Long Chen, looking like he wanted to tear him to pieces. Following Xingtianba's arrival, a large group of experts also arrived. Those were the spectators of the battle, and once they began to spread out and spread news of Man Bashan's battle against Xingtianba, countless gazes turned toward Long Chen. With them communicating through divine sense, this news quickly spread throughout everyone present. Following them, Long Chen saw Lu Zichuan, as well as his old acquaintance, Dai Feng. Dai Feng still appeared as majestic as ever. He was currently greeting people within the ancient family alliance. He also saw Zai Luo and Yan Wei. They were the only ones remaining of the peak experts that had once attacked him. Their auras were even stronger than when they had fought him. Most likely, they had advanced further into the Life Star realm, while Long Chen was still stuck in his original spot. After 6 hours of waiting, one of Pill Valley's elders walked up. "Everyone, the time has come. Please follow me into Pill Valley." Finally, it was time to enter Pill Valley. The experts present couldn't help feeling excited. They had great expectations for the Brahma secret realm. Last time when Long Chen had entered Pill Valley, he had gone through the transportation formation. However, as there were just too many people this time, they ended up flying through the air. They were flying through a long canyon. There were 81 wonders and 360 turns, each showing different beautiful scenery. This entire canyon represented a kind of realm in alchemy. When Long Chen had first come to Pill Valley, Elder Zhao Xiang had explained it to him in detail. Now that he was flying through this canyon once more, he felt a completely different feeling. As for the other experts, they curiously looked at the canyon, finally understanding where Pill Valley's name came from. "Everyone take note of the 2 statues at the end. You must pay respects to our gods, Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite. Although everyone has different faiths, you cannot do anything to blaspheme our gods. There is no need to kowtow, but an insult to them would be an insult to Pill Valley, turning you into Pill Valley's mortal enemy. Take note," shouted the elder leading the path. These disciples came from various powers, and they had their own beliefs. Some of them believed in gods, and for some of them there hadn't been the slightest communication to their gods in countless years, and even any inheritance left behind had been fractured and was gone. However, many people were still extremely devout to their beliefs. They had unswerving loyalty to them, so they definitely wouldn't kowtow to any other gods. That would be a betrayal. Sometimes faith was very interesting. Many gods taught their followers that they were the one true God, while others were just false gods, and their followers had to scoff at those false gods. That was why this elder of Pill Valley was first warning everyone. If anyone spat on their gods, they would definitely be slaughtered. Blaspheming their gods. Does peeing count? Long Chen suddenly smiled derisively. He looked at the 2 statues and couldn't help thinking of what he had done to them back then. It was just regretful that he didn't leave behind a sign of what he had done, or Pill Valley would have definitely gone insane. Pill Valley's experts all knelt down reverently once they arrived at the statues. As for the other disciples, some bowed, while others just silently stared without doing anything. They had their own faiths and couldn't revere other gods. The people from the corrupt path, the Bloodkill Hall, and even the Xuanhuan beasts all didn't bow. The corrupt path had their corrupt god, the Bloodkill Hall had their killing god, and while the Xuanhuan beasts had no god they believed in, their faith lay in the Peng Emperor. Of course, many others didn't move either as they worshipped their own gods. Long Chen was amongst them, and this wasn't conspicuous at all. After kneeling to his gods, that elder continued leading people into Pill Valley. For some reason, Long Chen's heart tensed up. If he entered the gates of Pill Valley and was exposed, he might never be able to leave. That was definitely courting death. There were already thousands of Pill Valley's experts gathered here. Pill Valley's grand formation activated. Divine light suddenly spread from the 2 statues, enveloping everyone. No need to panic. To prevent any spies of the Martial Heaven Alliance from entering, we're starting the examination to make sure that you're who you say you are. All you need to do is take out your tablets, said the elder. Hearing that, everyone relaxed slightly, and only Long Chen's heartbeat quickened. However, thinking about it, he was already prepared for this. He wasn't afraid of being investigated. "Who are you?" As the geniuses were investigated one by one, an elder of Pill Valley suddenly shouted. A ray of light fell from the great formation, enveloping a man who was pale with fright. The man could only sigh, "I'm just a nameless rogue cultivator. I'm not strong or talented enough to enter Pill Valley's eyes. Someone mocked me while I was traveling and we ended up in a fight. I ended up killing him and taking his token, hoping I could change my fate. I didn't think I'd be so easily exposed. Well, fine, I can only accept whether you want to kill or plunder me." Someone really had tried to sneak their way in. Quite a few experts were startled. As for Long Chen, looking at that man, a slight smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Since you want to defy the fate the heavens gave you, Why not openly come to my Pill Valley? We've long since announced that as long as you draw a clear line between yourself and the Martial Heaven Alliance, even if you don't stand on Pill Valley's side, you can still enter the Brahma secret realm, shouted the elder. That man bitterly smiled. But I'm just a rogue cultivator. None of the major powers care about me. How could I be qualified to be invited? To come to Pill Valley for the Brahma secret realm required an invitation card. The various sects and powers had first applied for invitations with Pill Valley, and then once Pill Valley had confirmed things, they had sent out the tablets. As for rogue cultivators, they weren't viewed importantly normally. They had no sex, so how could they obtain the tablets? However, this isn't an excuse for you to sneak into Pill Valley. According to Pill Valley's rules, you will be killed. The man immediately turned pale white, but the elder continued, however, as a rogue cultivator, making something of yourself isn't easy. To be kind, we will give you a way in. You can enter the Brahma secret realm, but you need to swear before the gods to devote yourself to the lives of the continent and not associate with the Martial Heaven Alliance. Can you do that? Fuck, so it was actually a play. Long Chen sneered inside. That man was delighted and hastily knelt on the ground, swearing to be absolutely loyal to Pill Valley in the future. The elder nodded and announced, if there are others like him present, I'd advise you to come out and admit it sooner rather than later. Pill Valley is always kind to others, so we won't kill you. If you stand out now, we can let bygones be bygones. But if anyone tries to sneak in still, the only thing for you will be death. Does anyone dare to blaspheme the might of the gods? The statues of Lord Brahma and fallen Danate were right there, giving off endless pressure. Thunder rumbled with the elder's final words. The might of gods, my ass. Who are they conning? If I hadn't pissed on their heads before, I might even believe it. Long Chen's lip curled. However, over 10 experts slowly walked out of the crowd due to the elder's words, apologizing. The elder didn't get angry. Instead, he had them stand to the side, saying that someone would come to register them. Idiots. Once the rest of us go in, they'll show you their true face, Long Chen sighed. The first person was definitely an actor arranged by Pill Valley. He might have looked terrified, but his heartbeat hadn't changed at all. Such a poor performance was actually able to dupe people. Long Chen was speechless. This world truly had many idiots. It seemed that there weren't enough conners. Hence, Long Chen couldn't understand how they had managed to live for so long. It was definitely a miracle. I'll give you a single breath's time. If you still don't come out and we find out you're lying, it will be viewed as a blasphemy to the gods. The only thing remaining for you will be death. I'm not afraid of telling you this. Based on the information we've received, Long Chen has already snuck amongst your midst. Today, we want to make sure that there's no way he can leave. The elder smiled confidently. Hearing this, Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Had he really fallen for a trap? Just at this moment, a startled cry rang out from a woman, and Long Chen recognized her as Xuanhuan. Her big sister, Fengsu, was beside her. They came from the heaven-reaching ancient castle. Xuanhuan had jumped in shock at the elder's words, drawing countless gazes. Fengsu pulled her over, and Xuanhuan acted like she had made a mistake, lowering her head and not daring to look at the others. Seeing Xuanhuan, Long Chen's heart warmed. This girl was naive and pure. She was like a child. He had once traveled with her for some time, and she had always remembered that favor. The reason she had cried out was because she was worried for him. After that brief disturbance, the elder's gaze rapidly roved around the crowd. Let's continue. More geniuses began to step forward to test their identity. However, there was now a heavy atmosphere. Some of them were looking around sharply, looking like they were intent on finding Long Chen amongst the crowd. A tall tree attracts wind. Long Chen was that tall tree. He was given the name of the #1 figure of the junior generation. He was viewed with envy by countless experts, and they refused to accept that he was superior to them. They wanted to take his place. Several people hoped to be able to personally end Long Chen's undefeatable legend. However, even as their gazes roved around, Long Chen acted indifferently, simply slowly walking forward. Suddenly, the formation shook. A Life Star disciple was blasted apart by a ray of divine light just as he took out his tablet. HMPH, I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't cherish it, still wanting to sneak in. Fool, sneered the elder. That disciple had clearly been an imposter. He had been seen through and killed by the formation. This formation was linked to the 2 divine statues. The divine might that had descended just now made people's hair stand on end. That kind of power was absolutely terrifying. The few experts that had been dissatisfied with Pill Valley's stringent verification process finally shut their mouths and obediently followed instruction. Over 1 million experts slowly went through. Finally, it was Long Chen's turn. Long Chen handed his tablet to one of the elders in charge of the investigation. Suddenly, the void rumbled, and the formation activated once more. Long Chen's heartbeat quickened. He began to secretly store up energy, ready to charge out immediately. Blood splattered, and a life-star disciple was slain by the grand formation. Once again, another faker had been found. As for Long Chen, the elder checking his tablet returned it to him. Looking at him, he narrowed his eyes. "It seems that you're quite calm." "HMPH, I've passed the barbarian dragon trials, so do you think this little formation scares me?" sneered Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen's heart had dropped. He had actually revealed some clues in his true identity just now. Normally, he should have jumped in shock from that, as that was instinct. But by forcing himself to act calm, he instead drew suspicion. The elder shouted, "It doesn't matter what status you have or where you're from. Remember that this is Pill Valley, not your barbarian dragon palace." Long Chen's arrogance had provoked the elder. Long Chen silently took back his tablet without saying anything. He did it on purpose to provoke the elder and distract others. Peacefully entering, Long Chen followed the others that had passed. He had a bad feeling, but having come, he could only keep going. As for the experts that had yet to go through the examination, they were growing more and more nervous. They were ready to fight for when Long Chen was exposed. However, in the end, other than a few dozen people that were killed while trying to sneak in, there was nothing else. Where was Long Chen? In the face of their suspicion, the elder leading them said, "In truth, we were just joking with everyone. As long as Long Chen isn't an idiot, he wouldn't dare to come here. After all, would he dare to become enemies with everyone here?" Hearing that as well as seeing his smirk, the experts were speechless. They had actually been duped. They snorted, dissatisfied with this little joke. After all, they were all experts who had originally hoped to see Long Chen, but after all that anticipation, they were let down. However, this was Pill Valley's territory and they had to endure. They continued onwards. Once they reached the main plaza, Long Chen found that the current Pill Valley was completely different from what it had been the last time he was here. Of course, it wasn't the same. Back then, he had drawn out an all-devil monster from the Heaven Dragon Flame region that had almost destroyed Pill Valley. If Xuanhuan hadn't been disturbed out of his seclusion, Pill Valley would probably have been done for. Pill Valley had been completely rebuilt. All the bricks were fresh, and it looked thriving and full of vitality. "When I have time, I'll make sure to fix this. This style doesn't suit my personal aesthetics." Long Chen had a new thought as he looked at the new buildings. Just as all the experts arrived, the plaza's grand formation activated and waves of divine light rippled out. Within that divine light, a slender figure slowly appeared. It was the peerless beauty, the Pill Fairy. The experts that had been whispering amongst themselves instantly fell silent in the face of this beauty. Long Chen looked at the Pill Fairy. She looked the same as before, except the warmth and gentleness of her face had vanished. Now she seemed untouchably sacred. The feeling of a kind big sister had vanished, replaced with the iciness of a supreme figure high and above others. Her robes were snow white, and there was a foot-wide halo of light behind her head. That halo was filled with divine power. The sacred air that came off of it made people have an urge to kneel in worship before her. Looking at the Pill Fairy, Long Chen did his best to control his emotions, but he couldn't help feeling disappointed. The current Pill Fairy was no longer the old Pill Fairy. She had changed. The Pill Fairy gracefully walked over. That beauty and air of hers was enough to make men lose their minds and women despair at their inferiority. "Great divine daughter, please open the gate to the Brahma secret realm for us," said the Nether Passage Elder of Pill Valley. The current Pill Fairy's status was completely different, and everyone from Pill Valley was subservient to her. The Pill Fairy's expression was cold. She slowly formed hand seals in front of her, and divine light began to shine. After that, an image of a white flame appeared on her forehead. Long Chen had seen it before, but this time it possessed endless holy might. She began to chant. It was the same voice as before, but now it was completely cold. "Lord Brahma, great God, hear your disciples' call. Bestow me your divine power to break the seal and open the gate to the Brahma secret realm." Each of her words rang out like rumbling thunder in people's ears, shaking people's souls. Even Long Chen's expression changed. Just what kind of power is this? Long Chen's heart shook. This invisible energy was almost irresistible. This is the power of the gods, and this is just the slightest trace of it. If it was a true god with your current cultivation base, you wouldn't be able to do anything. If that god told you to kill yourself, you would listen without hesitation, said Evil Moon. Fuck, is it really so strong? Then what about my piss? It has nothing to do with that. Do you think a god only leaves behind a single inheritance? Let me tell you, they leave behind so many inheritances that they can't even keep track of them. As for this god power, it isn't the power of a true god. It is an agglomeration of faith energy, mental energy, and their divine energy. To put it more simply, this isn't the true power of a god. A god won't focus their attention on such a place unless you destroy one of their divine statues that has reached a certain level. Furthermore, why do you care about gods? You're someone who has even subdued a god, remember. If they were to come looking for you, you can just do the same to them, chortled Evil Moon. Scram, I still haven't reached the point of not differentiating between men and women, snorted Long Chen. Hee, let me tell you, your actions last time weren't for nothing. As for how it'll benefit you, well, I think I won't say to avoid any karma, but you'll know in the future, laughed Evil Moon. Just at this moment, 2 rays of divine light came from the 2 divine statues, landing on the Pill Fairy. Immersed in their light, the Pill Fairy slowly pulled her hands apart from each other. The void rumbled. In front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the space above the plaza slowly split, and the runes of the Grand Tao flew apart. The Pill Fairy had actually forcibly torn apart the void. What they saw inside the tear was not the chaotic flow of spacetime, but a completely different world. However, the space was still twisting wildly, making it so that they couldn't see the other side clearly. Despite that, the air of the Grand Tao floated through it. Heavens, the laws of the Grand Tao are actually so close. It'll be so much easier to comprehend them inside and awaken our manifestations. Someone let out an excited cry, but no one laughed at them. The others were also filled with excitement. The Pill Fairy didn't look at anyone else. She gracefully walked through space, lotus flower runes appearing beneath her feet. Those runes stabilized the space. Everyone, don't rush. Wait for the Divine Daughter to pass through. The channel will quickly stabilize and everyone else can enter. But before that, I want to say a few words. The Divine Daughter is the future Valley Master. You've all seen her power. Long Chen is an ant that can be exterminated with the wave of her hand, said the Elder. In truth, Pill Valley's foundation is something that outsiders cannot even imagine. The reason we are willing to share the Brahma secret realm with everyone is because our goal is to bring peace to the entire continent. Due to Jianing's dictatorship, the continent is tottering on the brink of war, and there's also a devil king like Long Chen causing chaos. They are in control of a large fraction of the continent's power. Those people have been bewitched by Long Chen and Jianing, and it's difficult to save them. There are plenty of fools in this world who only hear what they want to hear. Long Chen has fooled those people, but they are unable to tell that Long Chen is a conner. However, they are innocent, and my Pill Valley does not want to raise our butcher's blade against them. That would cause rivers of blood to flow. So we need to strengthen our alliance until we can win them over without fighting. We will use absolute power to make them give up. You've all seen the world on the other side of the channel. The Grand Tao is much closer there. Once you enter, the odds of you awakening your manifestations will multiply. You've seen our sincerity, so I hope to see yours as well. Before entering the channel, you must swear before the gods. Neutral experts must swear to maintain your neutrality, while allied experts must swear their loyalty to the alliance. Of course, if any neutral experts wish to join our alliance, we have special treatment for you. Everyone, take a look. The Elder took out a small object. When Long Chen saw it, he scoffed. They were once more shamelessly making the same play. That Elder took out a spherical object, showing it off as he said, "The Brahma secret realm is open to everyone here, but there are parts of it that contain the inheritance of our gods. I'm sure everyone here knows that no sect would allow others to enter such areas. We are only opening those areas to our allies. In other words, the disciples of Pill Valley, the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, the Xuanhuan beasts, the blood Hall, and some loyal righteous sects will be allowed in. We've given them special barrier-breaking beads that will allow them to enter the core of the Brahma secret realm. That place is protected by a divine formation, and there, you can gather spirit medicines, receive all kinds of inheritances, maybe even get the god's blessing and instantly awaken your manifestation." As expected, it was this plot again. There was no such thing as a free lunch, and neither was there a free breakfast or dinner. As a result, the neutral camp's experts' expressions changed. They weren't fools. They knew what Pill Valley was trying to do, but even though they knew it, they couldn't resist this temptation. Opening the Brahma secret realm to them for free was already generous. Hence, For them to leave the best stuff for their allies wasn't something that they could complain about. May I ask what kind of benefits we will get if we swear loyalty to Pill Valley? And what about the disadvantages? Asked one disciple. The benefits are that you will be able to enter the core of the Brahma secret realm. That place has several times the heavenly Tao energy as outside, said the elder. Several times. The heavenly Tao energy on the outer edges is already so dense. Several times that. What kind of concept is that? Doesn't that mean that the odds of us awakening our manifestations will multiply as well? Quite a few disciples' eyes lit up, and they began to exclaim in delight. Could they be any more fake? Long Chen looked at their act and almost vomited. These disciples were definitely planted there by Pill Valley. It was too obvious. Those disciples' exaggerated reactions had completely sold them out. They hadn't even seen what was in the core region, but their eyes were about to pop out. Having lived in the secular world, Long Chen had gotten bored of this kind of play in the Phoenix Cry Empire, and now he was seeing the same thing in the cultivation world. Were they insulting other people's intelligence? You are all correct. Not only will the chances of awakening your manifestation increase, but there are all kinds of inheritances spread throughout that region. If you're lucky, you might even obtain an 11th tier medicinal pill, said the elder. An 11th tier medicinal pill. People's hearts shook. Was this supposed to mean that even Pill Valley couldn't refine 11th tier medicinal pills, and they could only be procured in the Brahma secret realm? That couldn't be right. Pill Valley wouldn't allow an 11th tier medicinal pill to fall into the hands of an outsider. An 11th tier medicinal pill either had to be a legend, or it had to belong to them. Long Chen suddenly realized where the con lay. It lay in the fact that he said if their luck was good, but if their luck wasn't good. An uproar was occurring amongst the other experts. An 11th tier medicinal pill was extremely alluring, as no one in the outside world had ever seen one before. Some people had never even heard of such a thing. If they had an 11th tier medicinal pill, then no matter what its effect was, it could change the life of a life-star expert. Even Long Chen wasn't able to remain calm, let alone the others. Although they also saw that this was just a play from Pill Valley, the bait was truly amazing. Those who become Pill Valley's allies can enter the core of the Brahma secret realm. You can search for medicinal pills, inheritances, precious spirit plants, minerals, etc. There's even the chance of obtaining God's blessing. However, these benefits aren't Pill Valley's charity. The core region will not be open for free. To become Pill Valley's ally and enter the core region, you must promise to come out and fight for Pill Valley when we try to save the continent and suppress evil. Of course, the chance of a fight is very low. You've also seen how strong our current alliance is. As long as even a portion of you awaken your manifestations, we'll be able to easily crush the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Dragon Blood Legion. With such a power disparity, they aren't even qualified to fight against us. If you join us, it would mostly just be a show of power. The odds of a battle are very, very low. The elder spoke confidently, as if he didn't place the Martial Heaven Alliance or the Dragon Blood Legion in his eyes. As for the crowd of experts, they acknowledged his words. With so many experts gathered, crushing the Martial Heaven Alliance would certainly be easy. However, even though the ancient races, the Xuanhuan beasts, the corrupt path, and the ancient family alliance were allied with Pill Valley, their own internal structures were complicated. They weren't as united as Pill Valley and the Bloodco Hall. Their leaders and thus the alliance could only order a small portion of them. When it came to the majority, some might support them and some might not. If those people supported them, then there would be no need for Pill Valley to even open up the Brahma secret realm. They would have crushed Long Chen during his tribulation. However, now they had been forced to toss out such huge bait, and it was truly too great for anyone to resist. If these experts wanted to enter the core region, then they had to become solid allies with Pill Valley. Of course, we won't force you. Every person has the right to decide for themselves. Some people don't want to join not because they're afraid, but because they prefer their freedom and don't want to cause trouble, said the elder. I'm joining. Isn't it just the Dragon Blood Legion? I'm not afraid of them. Long Chen, HMPH, I've long since wanted to cut off his head. I'm willing to join as well. Me too. As a cultivator, if I didn't even have this little bit of daring, how would I even cultivate? Quite a few of the neutral camp's experts stepped forward, indicating that they wished to join Pill Valley's side. Long Chen cursed them inside. Even though he wasn't even doing anything, they were cursing him. If he didn't slap them silly, he wouldn't be Long Chen. Wait a moment. Unexpectedly, the elder waved his hand to cut off those people. Young people should consider their decisions first. Once you decide, you won't be able to change your decision. I will distribute the barrier-breaking beads to everyone here. You can enter the secret realm first and then decide if you wish to enter the core. When the time comes, don't say that Pill Valley is conning you with fake promises. If you find that the core region is truly as alluring as I've said, you can crush your barrier-breaking beads to enter. Let me just make one thing clear though. These beads contain the power of the gods. There are contractual runes inside, and once crushed, it indicates that you have sworn to be allies with Pill Valley. If you try to betray this oath, you will be cursed by the gods. It's extremely serious, so be clear on this. There are actually quite a few good spots in the outer regions of the Brahma secret realm that you can use to cultivate and increase your comprehension. Perhaps you will be able to find some opportunity within some ruins. Alright, that's all I have to say. I trust you all understand. The channel has fully stabilized, so let's draw lots to see who goes first. The elder took out a tile. Once he put his spiritual strength inside, numbers appeared. It was a tool used for drawing lots. The representatives from the various major factions came forward. The result was that the ancient family alliance's side would be the first batch to enter. Those who belonged to the alliance directly entered, while those that were part of the ancient family alliance but hadn't expressed their support for Pill Valley were given barrier-breaking beads. There were many experts from the ancient family alliance. As they entered, the others were forced to make room for them to pass. Chen was standing in his original location, but two women ended up having to get out of the way, resulting in them getting closer to him. The two of them were Xuanhuan and Fengsu from the heaven-reaching ancient castle. When they ended up pushed closer to him, Xuanhuan looked up at him fearfully and recoiled. Chen's current appearance was a bit frightening. Suddenly, some of the ancient family alliance's disciples ended up crashing toward Fengsu. Perhaps they were too excited or pushed by others. Fengsu frowned and summoned a barrier of spiritual qi to stop them. As a result, one of them ended up striking her so hard that she was sent reeling back. Fengsu was infuriated and she was about to curse that person when that person hastily said, "Sorry, truly sorry. It was my mistake. Let me apologize to senior apprentice sister Qi, Aya." The person was in the midst of apologizing, but as a result of stopping all of a sudden, he was struck by someone else moving forward, sending him staggering closer to Fengsu. As a result, the scene became a bit chaotic. The disciple hastily reached out to grab the startled Fengsu, reaching out for her butt. Chen saw it clearly and was infuriated at this bastard's shamelessness. Without any hesitation, he kicked that pervert on the butt. A cracking sound rang out as his tailbone shattered. A heart-wrenching screech rang out as he soared into the sky. "What's going on?" The elder's expression darkened, angered by the disturbance. "This bastard wanted to take advantage of this lady. I found it disdainful, so I kicked him," said Chen indifferently. "That's nonsense." The wretched man flying through the air landed on the ground. He was holding his buttocks and was in so much pain that he was drenched with cold sweat. This kick of Chen's was truly vicious. The power of the Azure Dragon was constantly racking this man's body, making it so that he couldn't heal. That elder coldly looked at that person and then at Chen. He shouted, "There will be no further exceptions." When Chen saw that elder's expression, as well as the wretched man cursing, his eyes narrowed slightly. People were somewhat surprised by this reaction. Causing a fuss was brushed off with just a word. Shouldn't the two of them be punished or at least harshly warned? They looked toward Chen. Could Man Bashan have some secret connection with Pill Valley? As for the wretched man, he cursed as he walked away, looking back to make a throat-slitting gesture at Chen. But after being glared at by the elder, he obediently walked into the channel. Very quickly, Dai Feng and the others all entered. Dai Feng casually looked back at Chen, but he didn't say anything. After the ancient family alliance's experts walked in, the second batch was the Xuan beasts. They had drawn the second lot. When these Xuan beasts walked by, Chen saw Xingtianba glaring at him viciously. He said, "Man Bashan, just wait. Once we're in the Brahma secret realm, I'll make you regret being born in this world." "Fuck off," Chen slapped him in the face. The two of them were too close, and Xingtianba hadn't expected Chen to attack in front of the Pill Valley's elders. An explosive sound rang out as Chen threw his whole force behind this slap. Xingtianba not only flew back, but the force knocked back the surrounding Xuan beasts as well. Hundreds of people tumbled back, causing chaos. "Stop," shouted the elder furiously. When the dust settled, it revealed Long Chen standing in his original location, with Xuanhuan lying in the distance, half his head caved in. The hundreds of Xuan beasts were lying on the ground as well. This infuriated all the Xuan beasts present, as this was a slap to all of them. Hence, they took out their weapons, about to attack Long Chen when the elder's shout stopped them. This man Bashan goes too far. I don't mind not entering the Brahma's secret realm, I still have to kill him. The Xuan beast's pride cannot be trampled upon, roared one Xuan beast. The others agreed. Although not all of them were fully loyal to Peng Wanli, when a human bullied them, they were strangely united. The Xuan beasts surrounded Long Chen. As long as one person gave the order, they would tear him to pieces. Everyone calm down, I have a few things to say first. The elder looked at something in the sky and then smiled. It doesn't matter what you say, man Bashan must die. Xuanhuan crawled and roared. That slap had been exceptionally vicious. It had almost crushed his head. You're wrong. He is man Bashan. He is the one claimed to be the martial heaven continent's strongest junior expert, the one who dominates other peak heavenly geniuses in the same realm. Well, am I right? The elder looked at Long Chen with a confident smile. Long Chen, he is Long Chen. All the experts were shocked. Even Xuanhuan was stunned. As expected, he had been noticed. Long Chen smiled. He wiped his face, revealing his true appearance. At the same time, his aura changed from man Bashan's aura. Big brother Long Chen. Xuan let out a startled cry, as she hadn't expected Long Chen to really come. However, she immediately turned pale. She knew that there was no escaping from here with so many experts present, and considering that this was the core of Pill Valley. Fengsu couldn't help sighing deeply. She didn't know why Long Chen would do such a thing. Was this any different than sending himself to his death? She wanted to save him, but she didn't have the ability. Long Chen, ha, I didn't think that you would actually come. Let's see just how you escaped today. Zai Luo couldn't help laughing. His aura erupted as he prepared to fight. If it weren't for me being busy last time, I would have killed you already. A defeated person doesn't have the right to speak. Long Chen glanced at Zai Luo indifferently. Long Chen, you're quite arrogant. Today, let me, Leng Wufeng, test just how strong you are. From amongst the crowd, a man walked forward. Long Chen had seen him on his way here. The light of the sword Dao hung around him, and thousands of sharp swords were surging within the light around him. It's the blood spirit sword sect Leng Wufeng. People whispered, recognizing this person. He came from a neutral sect. The blood spirit sword sect hadn't made an appearance on the martial heaven continent in many years. Now that they reappeared, only a few people knew of them. It would be best if you didn't. Anyone who attacks me will be viewed as my enemy. If you want to attack me, you should be prepared to die first, said Long Chen. Haha, truly arrogant. You're already a trapped turtle, yet you can still say such a thing, laughed Leng Wufeng. The light around him began to sharpen. Wait, Long Chen suddenly raised a hand. What, are you finally afraid? Is your fame all fake? Sneered Leng Wufeng. Long Chen frowned. You should be a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators are arrogant, not out of pride but out of confidence. However, it can't be out of overconfidence. Based on what a fool you are, it's clear you've never suffered before. If you had encountered me earlier, you would have become a better person. Long Chen's words were definitely arrogant. However, they could not be called inappropriate either, because he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Those qualifications were earned through his battles in the past few years. Whether they were his enemy or not, everyone had to agree that the name of the Eastern madman suited him. Arrogance? Leng Wufeng's eyes grew cold, and he suddenly took out a translucent sword. Not only was it hard to track with the naked eye, but it was even difficult to sense spiritually. Despite being right there, it was almost impossible to sense it. Once it was attacking, who could block its attack trajectory? Quite a few experts were shaken. They had truly entered the great era. All kinds of monsters were being born, each more monstrous than the last. The other experts retreated. They wished to see just how powerful Leng Wufeng was to dare to challenge Long Chen. Although the power he was showing was very strong, not one person thought that he could beat Long Chen. In their minds, there might not be anyone in their generation who could defeat Long Chen alone. The concept of Long Chen being unrivaled within the same realm was firmly imprinted in their hearts. In fact, many people were wondering just how many people would be accompanying Long Chen to his death here today. Those people retreated especially far. Other than those with great confidence, no one would dare to face Long Chen directly. Even Zai Luo retreated, afraid of being the first unlucky fellow to be targeted by Long Chen. Many people wanted to defeat Long Chen to wrest away his current glory. The main thing was that no matter how great that glory was, their lives were more important. The ones who could come here were all monstrous geniuses. However, other than Leng Wufeng, no one went forward to fight. As for the fact that Leng Wufeng dared to challenge Long Chen, no one praised his bravery. In truth, they sneered at him for his rashness. He was giving others a chance to see Long Chen's power. Long Chen didn't even look at Leng Wufeng, who was in his attack posture. Toward the elder of Pill Valley, he asked, "How did you recognize me?" The elder laughed. "Long Chen, although you are Pill Valley's enemy, I have to admire your courage. You really dared to come here. In truth, we knew you had come the instant you entered Pill Valley. To prevent what happened last time, we imprinted your spiritual fluctuations into the Grand Formation. Your disguise was excellent, though, and we couldn't tell who you were, but we knew you had come." Only then did Long Chen realize that because of the matter of Long San, Pill Valley had made some new preparations. Considering how much he fought in public, Pill Valley was definitely capable of recording his spiritual fluctuations. Each cultivator's spiritual fluctuations were different. Long Chen's spiritual strength was extremely strong and special, so it wasn't strange that they could sense it. However, while they had sensed it, it hadn't been good enough for them to pinpoint where he was. That was because his spiritual fluctuations were disguised with man-bations. Although a trace of his own spiritual fluctuations had leaked out, it was too small and dispersed for them to track. Moreover, to find his specific spiritual fluctuations amongst a crowd of million experts. Impossible. This made Long Chen's guard rise. In the future, when he disguised himself as someone else, he would have to fully seal his spiritual strength. The elder said, "The first time we suspected who you were was when that faker was killed. Your expression was too calm at that moment. However, it was just a suspicion, and we couldn't be sure." "So you sent that pervert to test me?" Long Chen nodded with a faint smile. When Long Chen said this, Qi Fengsu's expression completely changed. She also understood and was filled with fury. "Despicable," she shouted at the elder. This was clearly a trap targeted for Long Chen. Because Long Chen knew Xuanhuan, who was like a child, he definitely wouldn't let her be taken advantage of by such a pervert. The fact that Long Chen hadn't killed him was already great restraint. If it was man-bation, considering his own perverted tendencies, he would have only watched with a smile. He definitely wouldn't have saved her. As a result, Long Chen's identity was completely exposed. Pill Valley had actually used her little sister to test Long Chen. This was an absolute humiliation to Qi Fengsu. This enmity will be remembered by the heaven-reaching ancient castle. Pill Valley, well done. Qi Fengsu shuddered with rage and killing intent. As for Qi Xuan, she still didn't understand what had happened or why her big sister was so angry. "Miss Fengsu, don't listen to Long Chen's nonsense. He's merely trying to sow dissension," said the elder indifferently. "Do you think Long Chen is? Would he care about sowing dissension between us? Not everyone is as despicable as Pill Valley. The heaven-reaching ancient castle is retreating from the Brahma secret realm. Although we might not be some heaven-shaking power, we won't allow ourselves to be humiliated like this." Following Qi Fengsu's words, 30-some disciples came to stand by her. Those disciples of the heaven-reaching ancient castle all had furious expressions. Pill Valley had gone too far this time. Qi Xuan was actually extremely talented at cultivation, but when it came to her soul, she had an innate deficiency, limiting her intelligence. They viewed her as a child and doted on her. For Pill Valley to do something like this to a handicapped person. HMPH, inverting right and wrong. It was just a test and it drew out this devil Long Chen. What's wrong with it? You can't even sacrifice this much. It's not like your little sister actually lost her. One of the ancient race experts had opened his mouth only for Long Chen to send a lightning arrow through his head before he finished speaking. He collapsed, dead. "If you want to help a dog eat shit, I won't oppose you. But you should take note of the setting. When my mood's not good, I might just end up taking your life if you don't eat it properly," said Long Chen indifferently. That attack was so quick that no one could react to it. There wasn't the slightest warning or killing intent. A powerful Empyrean was slain with just a wave of Long Chen's hand, causing the other experts to retreat even further. "Big brother Long Chen, thank you." Qi Xuan suddenly ran over to Long Chen's side. "What are you thanking me for? This matter was my fault. I'm the one who implicated you. I'm sorry." Long Chen tenderly rubbed Qi Xuan's head, comforting her like a big brother. "Big brother, you..." Qi Xuan was about to speak, but she was interrupted when a gentle force came from Long Chen's hand, sending her back to Qi Fengsu. Now wasn't the time for them to speak. He turned back to the elder of Pill Valley. Where is Xuanhuan? Why hasn't he come? You think a little life-star disciple like you is worth disturbing the valley master? People say you're smart, but in my eyes you're only at this level, sneered the elder. At the very least, you've made 3 fatal mistakes. Oh, so many. Then I want to hear what they are, said Long Chen with some faint interest. All right then. In any case, you can't run and I'm in no rush. First and most obvious mistake, you shouldn't have come to Pill Valley. I suppose I can tell you the truth. When we recorded your spiritual fluctuations, our main goal was to find your location. Since Heavenly Fate Island is gone, it's very difficult to confirm your position. So we were making long-distance sensing tools to find you based on your spiritual fluctuations. These tools aren't complete yet, but when you arrived here, they suddenly sensed you. We actually thought that they were mistaken, but over 100 of them sensed your spiritual fluctuations at once, so we were sure you had truly come. Long Chen nodded. I was truly careless, I admit to that. However, the reason you're trying to sense my position probably isn't limited to just that. Long Chen looked closely at the elder's expression. As expected, there was a trace of shock that was quickly covered up. From that, Long Chen was sure that the reason why they were making those tools wasn't to find him but the original devil race. They wanted to use him to find the original devil race's lair. After all, Long Chen could walk the continent openly now, and they couldn't touch him. There was no point in such a thing unless it was for this. The elder didn't directly reply. Instead, he continued, your second mistake was that after exposing a clue at the start, you didn't immediately run. If you had run at that time, you would have had some chance to get away. After all, that was the outer regions and they had weaker defenses. But you missed that chance. Your third mistake was that you fully exposed yourself to save that girl. I was watching you the entire time. You clearly hesitated. That means you knew it was a trap but still decided to take the risk, throwing yourself deeper and deeper into a hole. After saving her, you should have immediately tried to flee. Then there would have been the slightest chance you could have escaped. However, you didn't, instead continuing to stay here. But even I don't know why you suddenly attacked Xingtianba. Were you worried I wouldn't notice that you were Long Chen? Hearing that, people looked at Long Chen suspiciously. They were truly unable to wrap their heads around this. I didn't want to either, but he simply took the initiative. When he stretched out a head bigger than a butt at me, I couldn't control myself. Long Chen shrugged, his expression so helpless that it made Xingtianba roar with fury. Xingtianba had an urge to charge over right now and attack, but after learning that man Beishan was Long Chen, he didn't dare to. Long Chen's name was just too great. Long Chen, do you know why I'm in no rush to attack? Asked the elder indifferently. Long Chen smiled and pointed at the sky. Runes were slowly forming there. Because you are stealthily activating the Grand Formation. Once its barrier is condensed, then, even if the entire Martial Heaven Alliance charged over, they wouldn't be able to save me, right? The elder's smile slowly vanished as he vaguely sensed something off. Long Chen seemed to know about everything. A faint sense of unease began to grow within him. Long Chen clasped his hands behind him. Smiling at the elder, he said, I've never said that I'm smart. To tell the truth, I'm not too used to using my brain to resolve problems. However, I'm also not a fool. Just because I don't like using my head doesn't mean that I don't have a brain. Old fellow, your little tricks aren't special in front of me. You don't have the qualifications to act wise in front of me. Well, to tell the truth, with your little brains, I'd beat you with a single toe. Remember this? The goal isn't to play with you, it's to play you to death. Well, after saying so much, my throat's dry. I'm going to leave first and there's no need for you to send me off. In any case, I'll return. Leaving? Ha ha ha. The elder laughed like he had heard a huge joke. The dual divine chain formation has already been fully activated. It uses the god power of the divine statues. Let alone you, even a nether passage expert of the 4th step wouldn't be able to escape from here. Do you think that you can? Long Chen cried in shock. Even a nether passage expert of the 4th step, someone in control of samsara energy, said to be able to reverse the cosmos and destroy heaven and earth, can't escape from here. But I feel that I can. Just as people thought that, Long Chen was finally afraid. His last sentence almost made them cough up blood. Xuanhuan, with her childish nature, almost laughed. The elder also laughed, but his was a furious laugh. Good, then let me see just how you will leave. None of my Pill Valley's experts even need to do anything. We'll just watch how you fight this many of the continent's heroes. Aren't you claimed to be unrivaled within the same realm? Today, I'll watch how that legend shatters. Lang Wufeng of the Blood Spirit Sword sect let out a cry, his translucent sword suddenly attacking. Long Chen, face your death. Long Chen sneered. You and I have no enmity, so why do you want to kill me? When my saber cuts off your head, hopefully, you'll remember that you provoked me first." Long Chen didn't look at Lang Wufeng's sword. He didn't even seem to look at Lang Wufeng. He just stood there. That icy disdain stunned everyone. Had Long Chen really reached the point where he could completely ignore Lang Wufeng? As for Lang Wufeng, he was even further infuriated at this disdain. As his sword was about to strike Long Chen suddenly raised a single finger at him. Scram! Long Chen's shout was like thunder, and a powerful aura suddenly caused Lang Wufeng to retreat in shock. His sword unleashed thousands of rays of light that formed a thick barrier in front of him. Just as everyone thought that Long Chen was about to unleash the dying struggle of a trapped beast, all he did was say a single word and point at Lang Wufeng. He didn't attack at all. With just a point and a shout, Lang Wufeng had fled in terror and summoned his strongest defense. It was both shocking and laughable. "With just this little bit of courage, you dare to challenge me. Go back and train for another 500 years, sneered Long Chen. As he said this, people realized that something was off. His previous shout had contained immense dragon might that had deeply shaken them, but afterward, runes began to appear on his body. Those runes began to rumble. "No, that's not his true body, it's just a clone," exclaimed one expert suddenly. As for the elder from Pill Valley, he couldn't believe his eyes. It had clearly been Long Chen's true body. When had it become a clone? Long Chen die. Lang Wufeng was infuriated. He had actually almost pissed himself for a clone. His sword slashed toward Long Chen. "Want to kill this clone of mine? Give up. You don't have the courage," sneered Long Chen. Boom! Long Chen's body exploded, transforming into arcs of lightning that faded away. Everyone was silent. "What is going on?" Pill Valley's elder no longer appeared calm. He was completely dumbfounded, infuriated, and panicked. "Long Chen fooled everyone. He only sent a clone to test us," sighed someone. "No, what came was his true body," said an extremely thin man. "His true body? You call this a true body?" said the first person irritably. "It was his true body at the start, but once the fighting started it became a clone," replied the thin man. Hearing that, everyone suddenly gasped, understanding. Chi Fengsu sneered. When Long Chen kicked that pervert, he already knew something was up, which was why when he slapped Xing Tianba, he then unleashed such an explosion of power to cover everyone's sight. My guess is that Long Chen condensed this lightning clone at that time, killed someone in the crowd, disguised himself, and left under his new identity. The odds of pulling off such a thing are normally very low, but with everyone's attention gathered on Long Chen's clone and Xing Tianba, then adding in the chaos at the time, Long Chen easily escaped. It's quite laughable that certain people thought that victory was already in their grasp and intentionally stalled for more time without realizing that the real Long Chen had long since left. Remember what Long Chen said. The goal isn't to play with you, it's to play you to death. This trip to Pill Valley wasn't a waste. Thank you for the great show, goodbye. After saying that, Chi Fengsu pulled Xuanhuan over to leave along with the rest of the heaven-reaching ancient castle's disciples. However, they found their path barred by a group of experts from Pill Valley. "What, if we're not loyal to Pill Valley, you'll kill us. Even being neutral is no good, huh?" sneered Chi Fengsu. The elder's expression sank. He was filled with killing intent and rage. He had been completely duped by Long Chen, and now Chi Fengsu was taunting him in front of so many people. However, he still retained some brains and waved his hand at those experts, having them back away. Chi Fengsu and the others left peacefully. "Grand Elder Tiangxi, Long Chen can't have escaped. Our formation has already sealed the surroundings," whispered one elder. "He didn't run. He entered the Brahma secret realm," said Grand Elder Tiangxi. This elder was actually one of Pill Valley's Grand Elders. With that kind of status, it had been many years since he had been forced to handle such mundane affairs. However, this time, he had been completely fooled by Long Chen. "Everyone, you've also seen just how crafty Long Chen is. The Brahma secret realm only has one exit, which is here in Pill Valley. Although he has fled inside, he's still trapped. He won't be able to escape our grasp. However, now you'll need to be careful in the Brahma secret realm. Be clear on just how vicious Long Chen is. The only good thing is that he doesn't have a barrier-breaking bead, and so he can't enter the core region. Even if he steals one of those beads from someone else, it would be useless because the power of the gods lies within the beads. As an enemy of Pill Valley, the bead would automatically explode if he tried using it. Even if it doesn't kill him, he'll end up covered in dirt. So you should make sure to protect your barrier-breaking beads, because without them, you might not be able to escape him," said the elder. He ordered people to continue distributing the barrier-breaking beads. The experts who received them walked into the channel. Perhaps at first they had been excited, but now knowing that a demon like Long Chen was inside, their hearts trembled. As for the experts in charge of handing the barrier-breaking beads over, they didn't dare to make a noise because they had just made a grave mistake. They were closely defending the barrier-breaking beads, but just now a certain person had come over to them and walked into the channel. They had carelessly given him a bead. When they thought back to it, that person had to be Long Chen. With their attention drawn by his clone, they hadn't even hesitated to give him one. They didn't mention this. HMPH, who cares about Long Chen? Once I'm inside, I'll cut off his head, sneered Leng Wufeng, taking a barrier-breaking bead and walking in. The others looked at him disdainfully, but they didn't say anything. Long Chen was able to scare him away with just a pointing of his finger, yet he still dared to say such big words. Did he even believe himself? Long Chen, just wait. Once my manifestation is fixed, you'll be the first one I kill, said Xingtianba hatefully. If he were to go looking for Long Chen, it would be no different than looking for death right now. All his hopes lay in finding something to restore his manifestation in the Brahma secret realm. The other experts entered one by one. However, some of them were clearly struggling with a certain decision. With Long Chen inside, it was like a tiger had been released while they were all sheep. That feeling was terrifying. However, with everyone else entering, those experts also clenched their teeth and entered, praying that they didn't encounter Long Chen. Elder Tiangxi, shouldn't we alert the Valley Master? Asked one of Pill Valley's elders quietly. We cannot. The birth of the divine daughter has caused a divine blessing to descend onto her father as well. He is currently breaking through his shackles with that blessing. We cannot distract him, said Elder Tiangxi. Then what about Long Chen? Asked the elder worriedly. What are you so worried about? Having entered the Brahma secret realm, Long Chen will probably die. If he encounters the divine daughter, he'll definitely die. What mortal genius could contend with the divine daughter? Furthermore, it's not a bad thing that he got in. It applies more pressure on the others to enter the core region. We'll gain more supporters. The day that we dominate the continent grows ever closer. Elder Tiangxi smiled. Despite having been fooled by Long Chen, it seemed that he had found his confidence once more. What about the heaven-reaching ancient castle? Are we really going to just let them off like this? Probed the elder. The formation had yet to be dispelled. No one could leave. Let them go. Now isn't the time to teach them their lesson. Once we control the entire continent, can't we just crush whoever we want? Said Elder Tiangxi indifferently. The other elders nodded and left. Without Elder Tiangxi's approval, they couldn't deactivate the formation. Only with this approval could Chief Fengsu and the others leave Pill Valley's territory. Long Chen, it doesn't matter how many tricks you have. You won't be leaving alive. Once the others had all scattered, Elder Tiangxi clenched his teeth furiously. That calm confidence of his had actually just been a front. They all said that they felt the grand Tao here. Why don't I feel anything? Long Chen walked through the channel, entering a new world. However, the closeness of the grand Tao that the others had felt was nowhere to be seen for him. Long Chen's original plan was to speed away upon arriving, but he suddenly had a thought. He ran back to the channel and calmly waited there. As expected, after a bit, one expert after another walked in. This time, it was no longer people from the Xuanhuan beasts but every single faction. As for the whole drawing lots to see who would enter first, that was all nonsense. They had just been stalling for time. With Long Chen already in, they no longer had to do that, so everyone was slowly entering. When those experts walked in, they were filled with great hopes and expectations. But upon seeing Long Chen waiting for them, their hearts sank. "Oh, how are you?" greeted Long Chen. Heavens, have my eyes stopped working? Those experts let out startled cries. Long Chen, what are you doing? Demanded someone from the ancient races. This road was opened by me, these trees were planted by me. If you want to pass, leave behind the toll fee first. If someone wants to cheat me, well, I'm only in charge of killing, not burying bodies. Long Chen rested Evil Moon on his shoulder lazily. He had an evil smile on his face. What? The disciples couldn't believe their ears. What, you don't understand? I'm robbing you. Now do you get it? My pocket's been embarrassingly empty lately, so I need some side business to make up for it. After all, I have a big family and so many people to feed. It's hard on me. I have no other choice, so I have to do this work to get some money, said Long Chen with an evil chuckle. Long Chen, for better or worse, you are a peerless heavenly genius. How can you do such shameless business? Raged an ancient race expert. Me shameless? You have yet to see me when I'm shameless. Either hand over the money or scram. Long Chen swung Evil Moon, unleashing a powerful gust. Bastard, you're going too far. You actually want to rob us. Everyone kill him, roared one of the Xuanhuan beasts, taking the lead and charging forward. However, before he could even charge out of the channel, he was slain with a simple slash of Long Chen's saber. Even his Yuan spirit didn't escape. The other experts' expressions changed. They found that their power was severely limited within the channel. This spatial channel has its own laws. To prevent it from being broken, it suppresses heavenly Tao energy. In other words, you are unable to absorb heavenly Tao energy to support your attacks inside. You'll have to accept the fact that even 10,000 of you together wouldn't be able to get past me. So you should be obedient. I'm not too evil. I'll only take 10 million spirit crystals as my toll, said Long Chen. 10 million? Why don't you go rob someone for that amount? Exactly, I'm robbing you right now. Let me put it clearly. If you don't pay up, don't even think of entering. The Brahma secret realm will only be open for a set amount of time. Once time's up, it will close. As for me, I have plenty of time so I can wait it out. Long Chen took out a chair and sat at the exit of the channel. He stabbed Evil Moon into the ground beside him. Those experts were infuriated. They were being robbed. Something like being robbed existed only in stories for them. Every one of them was a powerful Empyrean. Anywhere they went, they were treated with great reverence. Bastard, we won't let you do as you please. We have money, but we're not giving it to you, roared one of the ancient race disciples. Up to you. In any case, I'm only here for a look. I can't enter the core region. There's nothing for me to fear. If you want to wait, I'll wait. Long Chen's lazy appearance infuriated those experts even more. More and more experts appeared within the channel, with the people at the back not knowing what was going on. 2 experts were forced out of the channel by the pushing, but when Long Chen raised Evil Moon, the 2 of them immediately cried out in terror and fled back inside. As the news spread to the back, an uproar erupted. They immediately reported this matter to Pill Valley. When Pill Valley's people heard this, they couldn't believe their ears. Long Chen was actually forcing people to pay a fee to enter their Brahma secret realm. Had he gone crazy from poverty? Just how did his head work? Long Chen, can you have the slightest sense of shame? What do you mean by this path was opened by you, these trees were planted by you? This is Pill Valley's secret realm. It has nothing to do with you. HMPH, when I passed through here, I kicked away a stone that opened the path, sneered Long Chen. Then what about planting trees? I just planted some seeds and pissed on them so they can grow up healthy. They'll be shooting out of the ground in just a few years. If you don't believe me, you can come and take a look in a few years. Long Chen, have some shame. This is just reality. When I treat you reasonably, you act shamelessly to me. When I act shameless, you act like some saints. It doesn't matter. In any case, if you want to pass, you have to pay up. However, the money you pay isn't just for using my path. It also comes with some protection, said Long Chen. What are you talking about? Having taken your money, I would be embarrassed to take the initiative to attack you. So for the rest of the Brahma secret realm, as long as you don't attack me, I won't view you as enemies. After all, how could I treat my customers so badly? Said Long Chen. Hearing that, people were enticed. If they paid this money, they wouldn't need to worry about Long Chen attacking them. That would remove the greatest threat. But 10 million is too much. My sect has 12 people, said one person. Long Chen looked at him and found that he was from a neutral power. Neutral disciples can get a discount. You only have to pay 1 million. The neutral experts were delighted by this. As supreme experts, they definitely had the ability to pay 10 million spirit crystals, but that still was a painful price. On the other hand, 1 million wasn't that much. I'll pay. One of the neutral camp's experts suddenly walked forward. Bastard, can't you have some backbone? As soon as that person stepped forward, he received a torrent of curses, mostly from the ancient races, Xuanhuan beasts, and the corrupt path. Long Chen might be giving a discount to the neutral experts, but not them. This first person paying up would only start a chain reaction. As if he didn't hear the cursing, the man walked over to Long Chen and handed over a spatial ring. Long Chen saw a neat 1 million spirit crystals inside. Thanks boss. Long Chen accepted the money with a bright smile. He used what he had learned from the Hegemon sect, maintaining a grateful attitude to anyone who gave him money. The man was startled by that attitude. He laughed. To be called boss by the #1 expert of the junior generation, these spirit crystals weren't wasted. If you like it, how about I call you boss twice for another 1 million, said Long Chen. How was Long Chen a supreme expert? He seemed more like a money grubber. Some people even wondered if this person was really Long Chen. It couldn't be that he was a fake, right? The man shook his head and flew away. This place was the Brahma secret realm. Each moment wasted was an opportunity or lucky encounter that he might lose out on. The experts still in the channel were no longer able to hold back. Some people had already entered the Brahma secret realm before them and were searching for the priceless treasures that they wanted to obtain. They couldn't wait. Another expert stepped forward and handed over a spatial ring to Long Chen before leaving. Then more and more people came forward, holding back their anger. Haha, many thanks. I wish you all good fortune in the Brahma secret realm. Long Chen happily accepted all their money, looking infatuated with his newfound wealth. The image of a supreme and vicious expert was wiped away from people's minds. Hold it, come one by one. Hey little fellow, who do you think you are? You're from the ancient family alliance. Long Chen suddenly grabbed one of them. That person was no longer wearing robes of the ancient family alliance. Disguising himself as someone from the neutral camp, he had tried to save some money. Then I'll make up the 9 million. Being exposed, that person could only suppress his anger and hand over more money. Make up for it? Are you trying to dupe me? The cost of trying to fool me is 10 times the original price. I won't take the original toll, just hand over your punishment fee. Long Chen's expression darkened. The way his amicable air transformed was faster than the turning of a page. You! Evil Moon suddenly swung up and pressed against that person's neck. His hair stood on end as a sensation of death enveloped him. Only now did people confirm that this was the true Long Chen, not some random bandit. Are you paying or not? Demanded Long Chen frostily. I'll pay, however, that man then said, but I don't have so many spirit crystals. If you don't have the money, you can pay with treasures. If you have no treasures, then you can pay with your life. Up to you. My tiny little business can't accept IOUs. Long Chen made Evil Moon twitch, causing that person to jump in terror. In the end, he handed over 7 million spirit crystals, as well as a half-step divine item to make up for the remaining spirit crystals. After accepting his money, Long Chen's bright smile instantly reappeared. Many thanks, boss. Hopefully, I can encounter some more good clients like you. Hearing that, some other experts that had already disguised themselves as being from the neutral camp quietly took off their disguises. Big brother, here is my money. Suddenly, a woman came out of the crowd and handed over a spatial ring to Long Chen. It was a young lady who only looked to be 16 years old. She possessed a strange charm to her. Her skin was pale white and her eyes were large. There was a nine-tailed mark on her forehead. This was someone from the ancient races, nine-tailed demon fox race. The nine-tailed demon fox had vanished from the Xuanhuan beasts, but some of their bloodlines still flowed amongst the ancient races. The nine-tailed demon fox's combat power wasn't the greatest. Their fame lay in the overwhelming beauty of their people. Both their men and women possessed a natural charm that was difficult to resist. Rumor was that their bewitching arts were incredible, but as for how incredible they were or how they were used, no one knew. Now, this woman with the mark of the nine-tailed demon fox came shyly to Long Chen. She didn't know whether to toss the spatial ring to Long Chen or hand it to him directly. What amazing bewitching arts! Exclaimed Long Chen suddenly. The lady immediately turned pale with terror. I didn't. That's enough, you win. Your bewitching arts are too great. I admit defeat. Not just you, any female cultivators can pass for free. But just a reminder, don't try to dress up as a woman to trick me, or I'll make sure you'll never be a man again, warned Long Chen. This woman actually hadn't used any bewitching arts against him. She didn't dare to. But Long Chen found that he couldn't rob this innocent lady. As for her bewitching arts, it was just an excuse. The female cultivators were delighted by this news and charged forward. Many thanks. Some of the women didn't forget to thank Long Chen as they flew off. Thank you. Only now did the woman from the nine-tailed demon fox race react. All right, you can go. I still have more business to take care of. Long Chen didn't say much to her. Although she was beautiful, he already had so many peerless beauties at home. She looked closely at Long Chen for a moment before leaving. As for Long Chen, he became busy with work again. Here's 10 million, take it. An ancient race expert tossed a spatial ring to Long Chen. Hold it, for you, it's 30 million. Long Chen suddenly raised Evil Moon and blocked his path. Why? Because didn't you say that you had a lot of money? Since you have so much, you have to pay a bit more. Your words before were quite irritating. My heart's hurt, so I need some more money to heal it, said Long Chen. Fine, just wait. That person clenched his teeth and tossed another spatial ring to Long Chen. This ancient race expert was the one who had said that he had plenty of money but wasn't giving any to Long Chen. Knowing he had offended Long Chen, he had covered up his face and hidden behind someone at the back, hoping that Long Chen would forget him, but Long Chen had still recognized him. Many thanks for your business, boss. That person's malicious gaze made Long Chen smile. Now he understood why the Huyan sex people could always greet others with a smile. They weren't greeting people, they were greeting the money. Many thanks. Thank you. It's my first time, so please forgive me for my inexperience. If you're dissatisfied with anything, please tell me. I'll definitely improve things next time. Even as he accepted money, Long Chen's mouth didn't stop. His words only further enraged people. Wow, isn't this the great hero Xingtianba? You're too big. Your weight will damage the road. You should pay at least 30 times more than others, but since I've just opened my business, I'll give you a discount. You'll just have to pay 50 million. Please don't try to bargain with me. I really don't make enough money to lower my price, said Long Chen upon seeing Xingtianba. What surprised him was that Xingtianba very happily parted with his money. He didn't say a word as he handed over a spatial ring. From behind Xingtianba came Leng Wufeng. He tossed a spatial ring at Long Chen. Long Chen, even if you're getting money now, you won't be able to spend it. Long Chen received it and saw the spirit crystals packed inside. He smiled. There's no need for you to worry about it. I was originally thinking of taking a bit more from you, but I know you'll come find me in the future, so it doesn't matter how much I take today. Long Chen's meaning was that in any case, Leng Wufeng would come to him either way. Once Long Chen killed him, his money would be his, so it didn't matter. You're right, Long Chen. I definitely will come to find you, but not right now. Leng Wufeng snorted and left. Long Chen sneered. Leng Wufeng wanted to search through the secret realm first instead of wasting time here. The other thing was that in order to challenge Long Chen, Leng Wufeng needed to be in his peak condition. Having been scared away by just a clone, his mental state was not perfect right now. For a clash between two experts, the slightest thing could affect the conclusion. But in any case, there were still plenty of people waiting inside the channel to get through. He was near the front, and would be reaching the depths of the secret realm earlier. Long Chen, don't you think you're going too far? For a bit of money, you're offending everyone. Many of us are not your enemy, but you're forcing us, said Lu Zichuan. The yin-yang sword sex Lu Zichuan, he was a very powerful existence. However, he was normally very low-key. Only a few people had ever seen him personally fight, but the rumors said that even Man Beishan had been defeated by him. Long Chen said, I trust that the majority of you are my enemies. I don't have the time to differentiate between you, so I'll only take a bit of money from each of you. If you're my enemy, taking this money will be right. If you're not my enemy, I'll repay this bit of money dozens of times in the future. The entire Martial Heaven continent knows my character, so stop wasting time. I'm really lacking money right now. Long Chen extended a hand, indicating for the other party to shut up and hand over the money. Everyone was busy. All right then, since you've said that, there's nothing for me to rebut. Lu Zichuan tossed out a spatial ring. Long Chen took it. That's correct. People with no enmity with me can view this as an investment. As long as I don't die, this investment will come with a huge payoff, so there's no need to be resentful. As for my enemies, they have even less reason to be resentful. The fact that I'm not killing them right now is entirely thanks to the few innocent people here. 10 million spirit crystals to survive. Don't you think that it's worth it? Or do you feel like your lives aren't even worth 10 million spirit crystals? Putting it like this, Long Chen managed to dispel quite a bit of resentment toward him. Other than that, I should tell you that your barrier-breaking beads don't have any god energy within them. So if you want to enter the core region, just enter. You'll know I'm not conning you because once I finish my business here, I'll also be entering the core region. If you're afraid, I'll be giving a demonstration at the time, said Long Chen. That's impossible. The experts refuse to believe this. Don't believe his bullshit. He's just trying to get you in trouble. If you enter the core region and don't follow your promise in the future, you'll be cursed by the gods. Your future would be ruined, so don't fall for it, shouted one of Pill Valley's disciples from the Flame Divine Palace. Long Chen merely said, it's not bullshit. You can simply use your own eyes. All right, time is precious, so let's increase our efficiency. Everyone hurry up. These experts handed over spirit crystals to him one by one. However, a change had occurred inside them. When comparing Long Chen's reputation with Pill Valley's reputation, which had recently been ruined, they felt that Long Chen would disdain lying to them about this. Pill Valley's true face had been revealed many times now. In fact, just now, to test Long Chen, they had set up an innocent girl. Thinking of Pill Valley's nature, they wondered just what was truth and what was lies. Even before Long Chen had said this, many people had suspected the barrier-breaking beads' abilities. When they had received the barrier-breaking beads, they had only managed to sense some spatial energy fluctuations coming from within, as well as a trace of some foreign energy. They couldn't tell what that energy was, but they didn't think it was God energy. Yet, they also couldn't be sure about such a thing. Pill Valley's disciples now have to pay double. Don't cause a fuss. If you want to enter, then pay up. If not, then scram. Otherwise, die, said Long Chen frostily, looking at that disciple from the Flame Divine Palace. Count yourself vicious. That disciple almost exploded from rage. This secret realm belonged to Pill Valley, but to enter, he had to pay someone else. What kind of reasoning was this? But this unprecedented event in all of history was occurring to him. He still paid up. Elder Tianqi had already said to avoid conflict with Long Chen if they could. In their eyes, Long Chen was a trapped bird. It was only a matter of time. Long Chen spent 6 hours accepting money. The amount he gained made flowers bloom in his eyes. He had never seen so much money. There were over 1 million experts, with female cultivators only taking up 1/10 of them. He had too many spirit stones to count, as well as other treasures from people who hadn't had enough spirit crystals to pay. There were medicinal pills, divine items, secret tomes, and all kinds of substitutes. This time I really got rich. Robbing rich people really is the fastest way of getting rich, thought Long Chen to himself. After taking the final person's money, Long Chen cleared his throat, and toward the channel he said, "That old fellow from Pill Valley who thinks himself so smart, many thanks." After saying that, not caring whether or not anyone had heard, he patted his butt and left.